I bought a doorbell camera to feel safer and ended up recording the one thing I wish I'd never seen standing outside my front door. That is not a dramatic title. That is just the most honest way I can start this. I live in one of those suburbs that looks like a stock photo when you zoom out on Google Maps. Beige houses, 2-car garages, the same strip of grass between the sidewalk and the street. There is a Walmart 8 minutes away, a gas station on the corner, and at night you can always hear the low, constant hiss of the highway if you crack a window. I moved here after my divorce because it felt quiet, predictable, safe. That word is going to sound funny by the end of this. I got the Ring doorbell for the same reason everybody else does. Packages were going missing. People on our neighborhood app kept posting grainy clips of porch pirates grabbing Amazon boxes and running back to their cars. At first, it was almost entertaining. You watch other people's doors like a TV channel. Stray cats, raccoons, kids, ding-dong, ditching somebody's drunk neighbor, trying the wrong house at 2 a.m. I liked having that little extra eye on the front of my life. I liked hearing that clean, digital chime echo through the living room when I tested it, liked seeing myself in fisheye on my phone screen, standing on my own porch with the streetlights glowing behind me. It made the house feel less empty at night, like it was awake with me. Then one night my phone buzzed on the coffee table while I was half asleep to some late-night talk show rerun. Not a text, not an email. Motion detected at your front door. If you have one of these cameras, you know that specific little spike of adrenaline I am talking about. That one line of text that snaps you out of whatever you were doing and drops you into that slippery animal kind of alertness. I picked up my phone thumb already moving before my brain caught up and tapped the notification. The TV was still playing in the background, somebody laughing at a joke I did not hear. The AC had just clicked off, so the house felt too quiet. The only light was the screen in my hand. And then the feed opened. I am not going to tell you everything it showed me right now. If you are going to listen to this all the way through, you should know this much. What I saw that night was not the first strange thing my camera ever recorded. It was just the moment my brain finally put all of them together. The girl who knocked on a door 4 houses down and begged for help while no one was home. The ex-boyfriend pounding on his girlfriend's door until a gunshot turned him into a clip we passed around in the comments. The man in the red goat mask who left a Bible verse on my mat. The empty cardboard box dropped on my porch by someone calling themselves the Box Demon. The fire that started on my lawn, like somebody had traced flames right up to my front steps. None of those were content to me. I watched all of them from this same couch, with the same hum of the fridge behind me, and the same faint whistle of my vents when the heat kicks on. And somewhere along the line, I stopped feeling like the camera was protecting me and started feeling like it was inviting something. So when I say I bought a doorbell camera to feel safer, that part is normal. That is what people do now. The part that is not normal is what happens when your phone buzzes. You open the feed and you realize that whatever is on your porch is not surprised to see the camera there at all. It is looking straight into it, like it has been waiting for you to press live view. 1.1. Moving in quiet streets. And the first notification. I moved into the house in late September, when Texas pretends it is done being hot, but the concrete still holds the day's heat long after sunset. From the listing photos, the neighborhood could have been anywhere. Copy-paste, beige houses, 2-car garages, the exact same little strip of grass between the sidewalk and the street. but in person, it felt quieter than the photos. The cul-de-sac at the end of my street was like a plugged drain. Sound rolled in from the main road and then just stuck there faint and constant. I was 34, recently divorced, and tired of hearing my own footsteps echo in an apartment that never felt like mine. The house was a compromise, not the dream home, but mine. My name on the mortgage, my name on the mailbox. Maybe that is why I remember every little sound from those first weeks. The garage door motor groaned the same way every evening when I came home from work, that long mechanical sigh that ended with a clunk. The air conditioner kicked on as soon as I stepped inside cool air, rushing through vents that rattled a little in the ceiling. My old refrigerator, a leftover from a previous owner, announced itself with a sharp click and a low hum every time the compressor started. After a while, those noises were like a playlist. Garage groan, AC roar, fridge click, welcome home. I worked hybrid for a small software company in Fort Worth, so most days looked the same. Drive the same stretch of road pass, the same Shell station, and the same blinking red light at the same intersection. Turn into the same subdivision where the houses seemed to blur into each other. When I turned onto my street, I could always see a slice of the highway in the distance, just over the roofs, a gray ribbon that never went fully silent. If I cracked a window at night, I could hear it as a soft, steady hiss, like the whole city was breathing in its sleep. Inside the house, I settled into a routine fast. One lamp in the corner of the living room, TV on low volume, mostly for company. I kept the cable box, even though I streamed everything. I liked watching that little blue light blink in the dark after I turned the TV off. It made the room feel less empty. I told myself the quiet was good for me. After years of fighting in kitchens and whisper arguments in hallways so the neighbors would not hear, the silence felt like a bruise finally not being pressed on. It took about a week before the silence started to feel too big. It was stupid stuff at first. A package left a little crooked on the porch, an envelope bent like someone had flipped through it. Then at a block barbecue, I met Kurt, the guy 3 houses down. Thick forearms, permanent sunglasses, tan line beer in hand like it grew there. "You got a ring yet?" he asked, nodding toward my front door, like he could see straight through the side of my house. "Not yet," I said. "Was thinking about it." "You should." Porch pirates hit us twice last year. Bastards just walk up like they own the place. Ring caught them both times. Cops said the footage helped. Plus, you know, he shrugged. It's like having an extra set of eyes on the place. Later that night, with the grill smoke still in my clothes and the taste of cheap beer on my tongue, I sat at my kitchen island and opened Amazon. The product page for the doorbell camera promised peace of mind in bright, friendly letters. Free shipping. Easy install. I hit buy now, because that is what you do now. When you want to feel safer, you put another lens between you and the world and hope it is enough. 2 days later, the box showed up small, white, innocent. The plastic had that faint, sweet smell that electronics always do, like a new car, but cheaper. Inside the doorbell unit, a little level, a tiny screwdriver, and a plastic bag of screws, barely bigger than sprinkles. I stood on my front porch in the late afternoon heat, the sun dropping behind the houses across the street, and held the level against the doorframe. Cars drove by slowly, their tires whispering on the pavement. Somewhere, a dog barked, then gave up. When I squeezed the trigger on my drill for the first screw, the bit whined against the wood, a high, nervous sound that bounced off the stucco and came back at me. Little curls of paint and dust fell onto the welcome mat. I mounted the unit, snapped it into place, stepped back. It looked small and harmless against the expanse of beige siding. Just another little black eye watching the world. Inside, I connected it to my Wi-Fi, listened to the robotic voice announce it was ready, and set the chime. The test button on the app made the synthetic doorbell tone echo through the empty living room. Bright, clean, not at all like the old analog buzzers I grew up with. Then I did what everybody does. I walked outside, pulled out my phone, and hit the live view. There, I was standing on my own porch, looking down at my own screen. The video lagged by less than a second, just enough to make it unsettling. Raise my hand. A moment later, the little version of me on the screen raised his. Tilt my head. He followed. I watched myself wave at myself and felt strangely detached, like the house had already started to swallow me and spit out a slightly flatter version for the camera. The Neighbors app was part of the setup. I logged in with my address, picked a password, and suddenly I was inside a private little feed of everyone else's worries. Coyote spotted at 2:13 a.m. near Willow Bend. The video showed a skinny shape trotting past a driveway, eyes gleaming white in the infrared. Anyone recognized this guy? A blurry man in a hoodie walked up to a door, turned the knob, walked away. The caption said he might have just been drunk, but the comments were not so forgiving. Lost dog answers to Daisy, last seen near Maple Court. A fluffy white blur, sniffing around someone's front yard. At first, it was entertaining, like a TV channel where every program was 10 seconds long and filmed from the same angle. Stray cats, delivery drivers, teenagers cutting across lawns, kids practicing free throws on driveway hoops. You see, the same people walk their dogs at the same times every day and start recognizing strangers by their gait instead of their faces. It made me feel weirdly connected. I would scroll the feed at night with the TV on mute, watching other people's porches, while mine sat quiet on the live thumbnail at the top of the screen. The highway hissed softly through the walls. The fridge hummed along. The AC cycled on and off with a low rush of air. Nothing scary, nothing weird. Just small lives doing small things. That is why the post caught my eye. It was a Tuesday night, or maybe early Wednesday morning technically. I had gone to bed around midnight and then given up around 2. The kind of insomnia where your body is tired, but your brain keeps replaying old arguments, frame by frame. I padded out to the living room in bare feet, the laminate floor cool under my skin, and sank onto the couch with my phone. The room was dim. One lamp in the corner threw a little cone of yellow on the wall. The TV was off, but the cable box's blue light blinked steady and slow. I opened the Neighbors app without thinking, thumb scrolling through the usual stuff. Then a new post popped up at the top. No username, just neighbor. The thumbnail was grainy and darker than most the kind of footage the app usually compresses into a muddy smear. I could just make out a small shape on a porch, a pale oval that might have been a face turned toward the camera. The caption said, "Does anyone recognize this little girl? This is from 2:12 a.m. last night." 2:12 a.m. For a moment, my brain slid right past it. Then the numbers stuck. Last night, at 2:10, or 2:15 somewhere in there, I had gotten out of bed to use the bathroom. I remembered the way the toilet flush sounded too loud in the quiet house, the way I had checked the lock on the front door on my way back down the hall, more from habit than fear. I had paused in the dark entryway listening. Nothing. No car, no voices, no knocking. I blinked at the caption again. 2:12 a.m. I tapped the video. The loading circle spun for a heartbeat, then the clip started to play. Before I even really registered the image, the timestamp in the corner slapped the air out of my lungs. It was last night's date, and the address on the post, when I tapped for details, wasn't somewhere across town or in another subdivision. It was 4 doors down from mine. 1.2, The Lost Girl, on the porch. When the clip opened, the first thing I saw was the light. Not the porch light, not a street lamp. A thin, shaky beam of white cutting across the grainy black and white image, like someone was waving around a dying flashlight. It jittered over the welcome mat, bounced off the siding, smeared along the edge of the door. The camera's infrared made everything else flat and gray, but that light looked almost too bright, like it had been scratched onto the footage after the fact. Then the girl stepped into view. She was smaller than I expected. You hear little girl, and you think of neat braids and pajamas with cartoon characters on them, but she looked wrong for the hour and the season. She wore an oversized hoodie that swallowed her down to her knees, the sleeves pushed up in clumsy rolls that kept sliding back over her hands. Her hair was a mess, strands stuck to her forehead like she had been sweating, like she had been running. The flashlight in her hand wobbled as she breathed. She was breathing hard, almost panting her shoulders, rising and falling under the fabric. The beam kept dropping to the porch and then jerking back up, like her arm was too tired to hold it steady. Even through the compression, I could see her eyes. Wide. Too wide. She stepped closer to the door, then turned her head to look over her shoulder into the street. The camera couldn't see that far. Beyond the rectangle of the porch, everything dissolved into a black that swallowed the end of the driveway. But the way she looked into it made the dark feel crowded. Then she knocked. 3 quick hits knuckles against wood, soft enough that I almost didn't hear it over the faint hiss of the recording. The knock sounded oddly muffled, like she didn't have the strength to really slam her fist into the door. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The porch light above her buzzed faintly. Far away, somewhere beyond the frame, a car rolled past, just the whisper of tires on asphalt, a brief rising and falling hum, and then gone. A dog barked once sharp and annoyed, then went quiet, like someone had put a hand over its muzzle. She tried again. Her hand shook as she brought it up, hoodie sleeves sliding down over her fingers. "Please." The word crackled through the camera's mic, thin and tinny, buried under static. I felt it more than heard it, a tremor in the audio that made my thumb tighten around the phone. She swallowed, took half a step back, then forward again, like she was fighting herself. "Please, please open. Please help me. Someone's following me." The microphone on those doorbells was never meant for begging. It flattened her voice, clipped off the ends of her words, but the fear still got through. There was a high, raw note in it that did not sound rehearsed, did not sound like someone playing a prank. Kids can fake tears. They cannot fake that particular kind of breath. She pressed her free hand to the door as she spoke. Fingers splayed, like she was trying to feel someone on the other side. Nobody opened. The post text sitting neatly above the video had said the homeowners were on vacation. They were a retired couple, according to Kurt, visiting grandkids in another state. Their living room would have been dark. No TV glow. No lamp in the corner. The kitchen, spotless chairs pushed in under the table, the thermostat in the hallway, a small square of green numbers shining alone. The girl knocked again 3 more rapid hits, like her hand had learned the rhythm and was now moving on its own. Her breathing was louder now, close to a sob, but not quite breaking into one. "Please," she said again, and something in me clenched, because she wasn't calling out hello, or is anyone there? She was talking, like she knew someone should be home. She glanced over her shoulder once more. I paused the video there, thumb tapping the screen, freezing her half-turned. The flashlight beam smeared across the side of the frame, catching the edge of the porch railing and the corner of a potted plant. Her face was in 3/4 profile mouth, slightly open hair, pulled tight on one side where it had snagged on the hood. Behind her, the street was just a rectangle of darkness. I squinted at it until my eyes hurt trying to pull shapes out of the grain. If there was a person standing at the curb or a car crawling forward without headlights, the compression wiped them out. I hit play again. There was another sound now, layered under her breathing, and the low buzz of the porch light, a faint crunch, like someone's shoe shifting on gravel just outside the camera's field of view. It was the kind of noise you wouldn't notice if you were not listening for it. I wouldn't have if I hadn't been lying on my couch with the phone 6 inches from my face and the rest of the house dead quiet. Her head jerked toward that sound, toward the invisible edge of the yard. She took a tiny step back from the door. "Please," she whispered for the last time. The clip ended while she was still on the porch. There was no footage of her leaving, no resolution. 1 second she was there, eyes wide, hand pressed to the door, and the next the video dropped to black and reset to the thumbnail. Underneath, the text from the homeowner explained the rest. "We were out of town and only saw this when we checked our history this morning. The girl was gone when our neighbor came by to check the house. No one on the street recognizes her. Police have been notified." I watched it again. And again. I watched it enough times that the edges of the clip burned into my brain. The shaky arc of the flashlight beam, the almost imperceptible tremor in her hand, the way her shoulders hunched when she said someone's following me, like she expected to feel breath on the back of her neck any second. Every time she turned her head toward the street, I paused and dragged my finger back and forth over the timeline, scrubbing frame by frame. The pixels broke apart little blocks of gray and white, but I kept thinking I saw something, a darker patch at the edge of the grass, a suggestion of 2 points of light, like someone's eyes catching the IR. Nothing stayed when I stepped back. It was like trying to make constellations out of static. The crunch of gravel bothered me. On maybe the 5th or 6th viewing, I put the phone right up to my ear, let the video play, closed my eyes. There, after her second knock, just before she says someone's following me, a small, crisp scrape, and then a shift. Not loud, just enough to register, as weight moving from one foot to the other. Someone was out there with her. They were just standing in the one strip of darkness the camera couldn't reach. That thought dug under my skin. If I had gotten up 10 minutes earlier to get water instead of lying in bed staring at the ceiling. If she had picked the house 4 doors down in the other direction. If she had, for whatever reason, walked all the way to mine. Would I have heard her? My bathroom is in the hallway that runs perpendicular to the front door. When I stepped out last night, I had turned my head automatically to check the lock. I remembered the way the streetlight had painted a blurry rectangle of pale gray on the frosted glass, the way the house had sounded. Quiet, no knocks, no voice. Just at one point, the distant whoosh of a car traveling down the main road. I had squinted at the digital clock on the microwave as I passed the kitchen. 2-1 something. I had not thought about it again until now. I exited the feed and opened my own ring history from last night. Nothing. The log showed motion from earlier in the evening when a package was dropped off. A short clip around 10 when a bug flew too close to the lens and set off the sensor. And then, nothing until late morning when USPS walked up with junk mail. At 2:12 a.m., no event, no glitch, no recording. If I had been awake, checked the live view at that exact moment, my own camera would have shown me my porch empty and still. The little patch of concrete, the doormat with welcome half faded, the street beyond quiet, no headlights. Somewhere else on the street, at the exact same moment, a different doorbell was recording a girl begging. The next day, police cars rolled slowly through the cul-de-sac. Everyone pretended not to watch from their windows and porches. Kurt texted me a screenshot of the clip with, "You see this?" and 3 question marks. Rumors grew fast and ugly. One thread on the app insisted she was bait, that gangs had started using kids to lure homeowners to the door so they could rush in and rob them. Another said she must have escaped from a trafficking situation and been grabbed again when nobody opened up in time. A woman 2 streets over swore she saw a white van idling near the entrance of the subdivision, even though nothing like that showed on any of the posted clips. By noon, someone had already connected her to 3 different missing person posters from 3 different counties. None of them really looked like her. It did not matter. People wanted an answer more than they wanted the right one. No one, as far as I know, ever found her. That night, I watched the video one more time, not because I thought I would see something new, but because I wanted to line it up in my head with my own memory. When she says someone's following me, she turns her head toward the street. She flinches slightly, like a light just hit her eyes. I paused there, scrubbed forward 3 frames. At the far end of the frame, where the edge of the lawn blurred into black, there was a brief wash of brightness. 2 oblong smears of light moving together across the bottom of the picture, then gone. Headlights, not pointed at the house, just passing at the far end of the street. My chest went cold. Because in my memory, standing in my hallway, at roughly that same time, I had heard 1 car pass. Just one. The sound had risen, held, faded. I hadn't even glanced through the peephole. In someone else's recording, on someone else's porch, at someone else's door, that same car had passed behind a little girl who thought it might be the last chance anyone on that street had to hear her. 1.3. The way fear moves into a house. After that clip, the house did not change, but the way I moved through it did. The front door, for example. Before, it had just been a door. Beige, like everything else, with a brushed metal handle and a deadbolt. I barely noticed when I twisted it at night. After the girl, it started to look thin. The wood seemed softer somehow, like if somebody hit it hard enough, it would flex the way it did in the video of her knocking. I found myself standing in the entryway more often, palm flat against the inside panel, feeling the temperature difference between the chilled air from my AC and the faint warmth leaking in from outside. I would lock the deadbolt and then stand there, waiting for no reason, just to hear that small, mechanical click fall into place. Click. There is something satisfying about that sound if you do not think too hard about what it means. Turn the lock, hear the click, you're safe. That is the story we tell ourselves. It hit me one night. As I stood there from the other side, it probably sounded exactly the same. If you had your hand on the door, like the girl did, and you felt the deadbolt turn under your fingers, that little click would not sound like safety. It would sound like someone choosing not to open. I started to hear the front of the house differently too. Before the echo of footsteps on the porch barely registered Amazon drivers, pizza guys, the neighbor dropping off misdelivered mail. Now, every scuff on the concrete made my spine straighten. I could tell just from the rhythm if it was someone familiar or not. Kurt walked heavy heel to toe, a solid thump, thump, thump. UPS guys usually jogged the last few steps and retreated just as fast. But every once in a while, there would be a set of footsteps that did not fit too slow, or stopping just out of view of the window, or turning around mid-approach. Those bothered me. Those made me stop whatever I was doing and hold my breath until the sound faded. The first night, I was really truly scared. In that house, nothing actually happened. It was maybe 3 days after the clip of the girl. The police had been through the neighborhood. I had watched them idle at the end of the street, windows down, officers talking quietly, laptops glowing in the front seats. Someone had stuck a printed flyer to the community mailbox with a grainy still from the video and a phone number to call if anyone recognized her. By that night, the paper had curled at the edges from the humidity. Inside, I turned the TV on without really watching it. Some show canned laughter washing over my living room, faces moving in flicker across the screen. After a while, the noise felt like sandpaper on my nerves. I muted it and left the screen on people talking silently in a box of light, while the rest of the room sank into a kind of thick gray. The only real sounds were the low hum of the fridge in the kitchen and the far-off rush of the highway seeping through the walls, cars moving in the dark, unseen, but loud enough to remind me that there was a whole world just beyond my patch of light that did not know anything about the girl or my door or the way my chest felt heavy. My phone lay face down on the coffee table. I told myself I was giving my eyes a break, that I would stop checking the neighbor's app for updates every 10 minutes. Instead, I stared at the blank TV and listened to the house breathe. When the AC fan cut off, it was like someone had pinched the background noise out of the air. The sudden absence made the silence feel thick, like the air had weight now. I became aware of small things, the tick of the thermostat, a faint creak in the wall, a distant metallic ping from somewhere in the ductwork. I picked the phone back up. The neighbor's feed was full of the same story, told a dozen slightly different ways. One post said officers had gone door to door on the parallel street asking if anyone had security cameras. Another claimed the girl had been seen near a gas station off the highway earlier that week, wandering the parking lot. Somebody linked an article about a missing girl from a county 2 hours away, pointing out similarities in hair color and build. Others jumped in to say the age was wrong. The last known clothing description did not match. The comments were what really got to me. People argued under grainy screenshots about whether the girl's fear looked real or staged. One person was convinced she was bait part of a setup. They send a kid to get you to open the door. Then the guys rush in from the side. That's why you never answer at night. Another wrote that they hoped it was a prank because the alternative was too awful. I scrolled until the words blurred, then closed the app again. But it felt like the neighborhood had already said something out loud that we could not unsay. Our doors are not solid. They are weak points, and sometimes they are tested. The Ring doorbell had not scared me until then. It had been a gadget, like a smart speaker or a new soundbar. Now, it felt like a live feed of my vulnerability. The first time it betrayed me was at 3:14 a.m. I was half asleep on the couch, neck bent, at a bad angle, the TV screen frozen in a cable menu. The blue light from the box blinked in that steady rhythm. It had the electronic heartbeat of my living room. I did not remember deciding to sleep out there. I had just been too tired to move. The buzz of my phone cut straight through my dream. I woke up all at once with that horrible dropping sensation you get when you think you've missed your alarm. My hand fumbled for the phone, knocked it off the edge of the table, heard it thunk onto the rug. The screen was lit when I grabbed it. One line of text: motion detected at your front door. 3:14 a.m. My stomach went cold. My thumb slipped on the glass when I tried to tap the notification. For a second, the app refused to open the loading circle, spinning like an eye rolling back into a skull. When the live view finally came up, I was already holding my breath. For a couple of seconds, all I saw was fur. A gray blur filled the entire frame, hairs lit like fiber optics in the infrared. The camera's lens struggled to focus everything smeared and abstract. Then the blur shifted, the image pulled back, and I realized it was a tail. A cat's tail, thick and fluffy, brushing right across the camera as its owner squeezed between the column and the wall. The cat paused on the mat, turned its head, and for a moment, two bright reflective eyes floated in the center of the screen, staring directly into the lens. Then it hopped down, tail high, and trotted off into the dark back legs, disappearing last. The clip looped. I let out the breath I'd been holding, felt stupid, then annoyed, then unsettled. It was just a cat. A stray, probably. There were a couple that rotated through the subdivision ghosts that belonged to everyone, and no one taking turns napping under warm car engines and stalking birds near the drainage ditch. But my brain did not want to let it go as just that. My heart had plummeted when I saw the notification, because in my head, the phrase "motion detected at your front door" no longer meant package or neighbor. It meant test. It meant this is where it happens. The cat had come out of nowhere, tail across the lens, like a hand passing in front of an eye. For a fraction of a second, the world outside had been erased and then drawn back in with a different shape. I replayed the clip, watching the moment where all I could see was fur. It looked too close, too intimate. If you covered the timestamp in the label and just showed me that image, it could have been anything pressed up against the camera. Or anyone. That is how fear works, I think. It crawls in through the cracks, but then rearranges the furniture in your head. A cat becomes a stand-in for something bigger. A notification becomes a threat. A porch light becomes a spotlight on a stage you didn't know you built. By the end of that week, the phrase "quiet suburb" felt like a joke someone else had told me. The houses were the same. Beige, neatly trimmed lawns. Plastic pumpkins starting to show up on porches for October. People still jogged in the evenings. Dogs still tugged at leashes. Kids still rode bikes in slow, looping circles. But driving home after dark, all I could see were doors. Every porch light I passed felt like a scene waiting for its actor, a rectangle of illumination, and a closed door with a blank patch of shadow tucked just out of sight where someone could stand and not be seen. I caught myself staring too long at other people's houses, imagining their Ring thumbnails. What had they seen? What would they see? What would they not see in time? Later, lying in bed, I pulled up my Ring history again, thumb flicking through the event list. more from compulsion than curiosity. The entry with the cat was tagged with a tiny icon, a little silhouette person detected, even though that was clearly wrong. The software had misread the shape. Something about that bothered me more than it should have. The system thinking a tail was a leg fur was clothing. The label insisting person when my brain knew it was an animal. I scrolled down and checked the timestamp. 3:14 a.m. My eyes traced the numbers again, feeling a weird echo in my chest. The app let me filter events by date, so I jumped back a week. Back to the night the girl had appeared on the neighbor's porch. I tapped their post, watching the time counter tick to 12 a.m. Then I looked at my own log for that night. No motion, no video. Just a dead stretch of hours between 12:30 and dawn. I almost put the phone down. A random cat, a random time. That is all it was. That is what I told myself. Then, for no good reason, I filtered again. Last 7 days. Last week. This time, last week. The app shifted, loaded, reordered. I watched the event list jump. The entry for the cat stayed pinned at the top. 3:14 a.m., exactly 7 days after the night the girl knocked. To the minute. 2.1. The voice message. No one wanted to hear. Time moves strangely when you start measuring it in notifications instead of days. Months went by after the girl on the porch. Halloween decorations went up and came down. Christmas lights appeared, blinked through December, then disappeared into garages again. People in the neighborhood stopped bringing her up out loud, but she hung around anyway, a story that never really got an ending, living in the gaps between other stories. My life on the surface calmed down. I built a routine around the camera without really meaning to. In the mornings before I opened my work email, I opened the Ring app. Coffee in one hand, phone in the other. Standing barefoot in my kitchen with the tile cold under my arches, I would scroll through the previous night like I was checking a strange kind of inbox. Package at 4:32 p.m. Bug at 9:17 p.m. Headlights sweeping across the lawn at 11:06. Nothing between midnight and 6 good. On my way out the door, I got into the habit of glancing at the little black circle of the camera, as if it were an eye I needed to make eye contact with. You watching? I never said it out loud, but the thought was there. I told myself I was moving on. Fear had just become another background process, like the highway noise or the fridge hum, always running rarely in the foreground. Then came the Saturday. It was late morning, the kind of Texas winter day that can't decide if it wants to be cold. Gray light seeped in through the blinds. I was at the table with my laptop open, half working, half scrolling nothing. The house sounded lazy. The dishwasher swishing in the kitchen, a neighbor's leaf blower whining faintly down the street, some kid yelling "Mom" and getting no answer. My phone buzzed once. Not the sharp ring alert, just the softer vibration of a regular notification. I glanced down. The neighbor's app icon had a red badge on it. A preview line popped up across the top of the screen. Shooting on Maple Ridge Court. Is everyone okay? I didn't remember tapping it, but suddenly the feed was open, and the thread was at the top. The subject line screaming in all caps. New posts were stacking under it, like panicked footsteps. Just heard gunshots, anyone else? Police on the way staying inside kids, or in the backyard bringing them in now. Then came the videos. Doorbell clips, all from slightly different angles, but with the same soundtrack. Faint sirens growing louder, blue and red lights pulsing against garage doors, and SUVs, radios crackling with clipped voices. In one, an officer jogged past the camera, the rubber soles of his boots slapping the concrete. his hand pressing his radio closer to his face. Maple Ridge Court was one street over. If I went out to my driveway and looked left, I could see the entrance to it, same curved sign with the subdivision's name on it, same manicured bushes, same promise of safety. I watched until my coffee went cold. People started piecing together the story in the comments, each contributing their own small scrap of overheard information. A girl on Maple Ridge, Allison, her ex, showed up. He had no business being there. They broke up like a year ago. My cousin's friend knows her mom. They said he was banging on the door. Someone heard a shot. I think her dad has a gun. The word ex-boyfriend floated up through the noise and hooked onto something inside my head. An hour later, the thread had edited itself into a narrative. A young woman on the next street, Allison had an ex who hadn't taken the breakup well. They had been apart for over a year, maybe more, depending on who was telling it. He lived in another town now. They hadn't spoken in months. The night before, he'd sent her a voicemail out of nowhere. Long, rambling. Someone posted the transcription chunks of stuttered apologies and half-finished thoughts, like he couldn't quite land on the sentence he wanted. Then, for reasons I still don't understand, someone else posted the audio. Sharing. So people understand how dangerous this guy was. They wrote as if that made it okay. The file was attached like a song. Play button waveform, 127 total. I stared at it for a long time. I knew I shouldn't listen. I didn't know these people. It wasn't my business. And yet the same morbid curiosity that made us all watch the girl's clip now pushed my thumb down. The voicemail started with breathing. Not a normal inhale, exhale. Not the absent background sound you forget is even there. This was close intimate, the kind you get when someone's mouth is too close to the microphone. The first few seconds were just that air moving in and out of a body somewhere in the dark. Then a click, his thumb, brushing the phone maybe, in a low, uncertain voice. Hey, Allie, it's me. There was a pause long enough that I thought the file had frozen. In the background, I could hear something like a TV on low and the faint buzz of a refrigerator, familiar noises from an unfamiliar room. I just wanted to, reach out to you. He continued, words bumping into each other. It's been a while. I know it's been a while. Another pause. Some rustling, like fabric on fabric, the soft tap of a foot or fingers against the tabletop. I don't know. I feel like it's stupid to say I miss you, right? That's weird. I just want to talk. Like, just talk. Just see how you're doing. I'm not trying to be like a creep or anything. His voice stumbled. They're caught on the word creep in a way that made it sound more true than the denial. There's a tone people get when they're trying to talk themselves into something. You hear it on late-night phone calls and in drunk confessions, that slight tremor under the words that doesn't match the words themselves. Under the halting phrases, I could hear it, a subtle shaking, like he was rehearsing a scene he'd played in his head 100 times, and now that it was real, it was slipping out of his hands. I know you probably don't, like you don't want to hear from me, he said. I get that. I do. But, I'll be in town tomorrow, just for a day. And I thought, maybe we could just talk on the porch or something. I won't come inside or anything. That'd be weird. Just, if you want to talk, if you want to see me. He laughed. Then a short, wrong little chuckle that didn't sound amused, just embarrassed. Anyway, it's late. I'm sorry. Call me back if you want. Or don't. It's okay. I'll probably swing by tomorrow just to say hi. Just to see you. Okay? Bye. Good night. There was a long, dead silence at the end, where he either forgot to hang up or didn't want to. In that emptiness, I could hear something small, the clink of glass on a table, a sigh, a whisper of movement, like he'd dropped his head into his hands. The audio ended there. I sat at my kitchen table with my coffee gone cold between my palms and realized my knuckles were white around the mug. The comments below the post split fast. This is exactly why you never answer the door for your ex ever. Dude sounds unstable, poor girl. Y'all are wild playing armchair psychiatrist. Some people just talk like that. Not every awkward dude is dangerous. Mental health is a thing. Yeah, and not every guy who says, "I'll swing by anyway," stops at the porch. People lob diagnoses at the screen like darts. Borderline, depressed, narcissist, just lonely. I didn't know what he was. I just knew the way my skin crawled when he said, "I'll probably swing by tomorrow." Because underneath the words, "Just talk, just see how you're doing," just the porch, you could hear the script. He really wanted you open the door? You let him in. You let the past rewrite itself for a night. He wasn't calling to ask permission. He was calling to warn her he had already made up his mind. Later that afternoon, someone posted a still frame from a doorbell clip on Maple Ridge. It showed a man on a porch in the familiar warped perspective shoulders hunched against a gray sky, hands jammed deep into the pockets of a jacket. His face was soft and out of focus, the way these cameras do to anyone who gets too close. But there was something in the slope of his shoulders that matched the voice I'd just heard. He was looking up at the doorbell, directly into the camera. The caption said, "Last footage before the shot." This is him. I stared at that picture longer than I want to admit. I zoomed in until the pixels turned into blocks. The shadow of his jaw, the dark hollows where his eyes should have been, the slight blur around his mouth, like he'd been moving when the frame froze. Then on one of those stupid impulse zooms where you go too far, I caught it. On the right side of the frame to his left, there was a narrow strip of reflection in the glass panel beside their door. It showed a sliver of street behind him, distorted by the curve of the glass, a row of houses stretched and squashed like a funhouse mirror. My house sat at the far end of that line. The numbers over my garage door were warped and half erased by the distortion, but they were still there. In the reflection, my address, ugly and blurred, floating faintly over his shoulder. He was standing on Allison's porch, but in the glass, he was also facing mine. 2.2, the 3-minute knock. There is something uniquely sickening about watching someone walk toward a door you know they are not supposed to cross. The first clip that circulated was from Allison's own doorbell. I never saw it through her app, obviously. It was reposted, chopped, screen recorded, passed along like everything else in that little digital neighborhood bloodstream. By the time it reached me, it had been viewed hundreds of times, replayed, paused, annotated in the comments. But the core of it was still there. He comes into frame from the left, walking slowly up the short path to her porch. No car visible. Just a man in a jacket, jeans, sneakers. Hands empty. If you muted the footage and stripped the timestamps, you could almost convince yourself he was a delivery guy who forgot the box. Almost. He doesn't move like someone on a quick errand. There's a heaviness to his steps. His shoulders are rounded, his head tilted just a little too low. When he reaches the top step, he stops directly in front of the camera and looks up at it. That part made my skin crawl more than anything else in the clip. He doesn't glance. He stares. You can't see his eyes clearly. Ring camera's flattened faces smear out expression, but the tilt of his head is unmistakable. He is aware of the lens. You can feel him thinking she's watching, or she could be. He stands there for a few seconds, breathing. You can see his chest rise and fall. The mic picks up a faint hiss of air, the ambient noise of Maple Ridge Court. A bird somewhere, the distant rumble of a car taking the corner at the end of the street. Then he presses the doorbell. Inside Allison's house, somewhere beyond that frame, the ring chime echoes through their living room in that same too clean digital tone I'd heard in mine. It's strange, imagining that familiar sound vibrating through someone else's furniture. He waits. You can almost see him listening for footsteps on the other side. His shoulders tense slightly, then loosen when none come. He glances back toward the street, shifts his weight from one foot to the other. Nobody answers. For a second, I thought he might just leave. That would have been the sane choice, the healthy one. No reply, no invitation, walk away. Let whatever version of conversations he's rehearsed in his head die there on the mat. Instead, he steps backward off the top step out of view. The clip ends. The next one starts in a different angle, grainier, farther back. A neighbor on the side had their own camera pointed partly down the gap between the houses. In this frame, you see him from the side, a half profile, as he walks along the narrow strip of gravel between Allison's place and the one next to it. The path is lined with utility boxes and a sagging section of fence. His footsteps sound different here. On the porch, they were dull, muffled by concrete. On the gravel, every step is a crunch, stones grinding under his boots. The mic on the side camera is worse than the front. More static, more wind, but it's good enough to capture the rhythm. Crunch, 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 a quick series of scrapes as he picks his way along. He stops at a small window, tries to lift it. You can see his shoulders tense as his hands go under the frame. The glass doesn't move. Something rattles. Maybe the lock. Maybe a security bar he didn't know was there. He curses under his breath. The audio turns it into a murmur, but the cadence is clear. 2 short words, 1 long. Frustration, not rage, not yet. He tries another. Same result. The rattle of the frame, a dull thud as he bumps his fist against the siding in quiet anger. Then he disappears behind a utility box, out of that camera's sight. Back at the front, the main doorbell clip picks up again. He returns to the porch faster this time. The casual slowness from the first approach is gone. His jaw looks tighter, his shoulders more square. Whatever fantasy he had of a calm, tearful reunion on the threshold has clearly started to dissolve. He doesn't ring the bell this time. He steps right up to the door and hits it with the side of his fist. Thud. It's not a polite knock. It's the kind of hit you use when you're already annoyed at the person you're calling, and they just happen to be a door instead of a body. The camera shakes a little with the impact, the edges of the frame juddering. He waits half a beat, then hits it again. Thud, thud, thud. Inside, if I try to picture it, Allison and her father are probably in the living room. Curtains, drawn TV, paused mid-frame. Her phone in her hand. His phone in his. One of them already has 911 dialed without hitting call yet. The air in that house must have felt electric. Outside on the porch, he leans closer to the door, and the mic picks up his voice, filtered through wood and software. "Open the door, please," he says. It's almost gentle on the first word, a ghost of the boy who left that voicemail. Another hit to the door. "Just talk to me." That sentence comes out strained. The please is still there, but it's starting to fray. He backs up, half a step, looks up again at the camera, then away. It's like he can't decide who he's addressing: the lens, the girl behind the door, the version of her that's been living in his head since they broke up. Then something in him snaps. His hand slams into the wood, hard enough that the camera jolts sideways for a moment. "Open it." The word rips through the audio clipping at the edges. The mic distorts, turning the last syllable into a harsh crackle. The street for a second goes very, very quiet behind him. No birds, no cars, just his breathing and the buzzing of the porch light. On my couch, miles, or maybe just yards away, I don't actually know how far my house is from theirs as the crow flies. Only how long it takes to drive around the curve. I felt my own shoulders tense in sync with his. The glow from my TV painted the walls in cold blues and whites, some commercial playing at low volume that I couldn't have described if my life depended on it. Halfway through the clip, my AC unit shut off with its usual sigh. The rush of air stopped, and the background hum in my living room dropped out. At that exact moment on the video, he goes still for 3 seconds, long enough for me to count them out in my head. Both my house and that porch exist, wrapped in the same heavy, unnatural quiet. No fan noise, no highway rumble. Just a man, a door, and the tiny electronic whine of a camera trying to compress the scene into something small enough to send to a phone. I felt my own breath sound too loud in my ears. Then everything started moving again. He leans his shoulder into the door, bracing his feet on the mat, and shoves. The wood doesn't give much, but the sound it makes carries vividly through the microphone, a deep complaining creak, like the frame is holding its breath too. He backs up, lips moving. The audio doesn't catch the words this time, just the tone, high and tight. Then he sets his jaw eyes fixed on the lock area and lifts one foot. It happens slowly enough that you can see every muscle in the movement knee, bending sole of his shoe, angling toward the middle of the door where the deadbolt sits, balance shifting to his other leg. He is preparing to kick. Not a test tap, a real one. The kind you use to break something. That's where the first clip ends. It cuts off so abruptly, it almost feels like a joke. 1 second, his foot is an inch away from the door. The next, you're staring at the replay icon and the still frame of him with his weight cocked back. The comments under that version are full of people complaining about the cut. What happened next? Didn't they say there was a shooting? Who edited this? The answer came from another camera. I saw it later when someone stitched the videos together into a timeline they called What Really Happened on Maple Ridge. Allison's father, it turned out, had installed his own camera at a slightly different angle, higher up, more traditional. Not a ring, but something similar. It caught part of the porch from inside the house through a thin strip of decorative glass beside the door, and it kept recording after the doorbell clip stopped. It doesn't show much. You see the edge of the door frame from inside the frosted glass, throwing a blurred version of the X's shape in reverse. You see his foot connect the jolt of the impact, sending a shudder through the frame the deadbolt holding. Then there's a split second where everything goes weirdly white. Not movie white, not a clean flash, just a violent bloom of overexposure in one corner of the frame as light bursts from somewhere inside the house not outside. The sound comes with it. The microphone on that camera is not meant for sudden sharp noises at close range. The gunshot hits it like a hammer. Instead of the neat bang you'd expect in a film, the audio collapses into a block of raw white noise, a roaring, tearing sound that overloads and then drops into silence. For a single frozen frame, you see the X's body react, shoulders jerk, head snap back slightly. One arm flung out as if he's trying to catch himself on air that isn't there. Then the clip ends. No blood, no slow motion fall. Just the flash, the scream of sound, and the knowledge that a line was crossed in that 3-minute window between the first doorbell chime and that last overloaded second of audio. The next time I watched my own front door through my phone, I couldn't stop hearing that distorted roar behind the quiet, like it had burned itself into the circuits, along with the girl's voice and the cat's tail. 2.3. The clip I shouldn't have had. I could have left it at that. The short version was already bad enough. The approach, the knocking, the kick, the cut. I knew how it ended. Everyone on Maple Ridge knew. Everyone on our side of the subdivision knew, even the ones pretending they didn't. A man came to a door he should have stayed away from. A father pulled a trigger. The story could have stopped there for me. It didn't. A day or two later, someone posted a sentence on Neighbors that made my stomach drop. Full clip if anyone wants context. Cops already have it anyway. There was a link underneath. Not an official release, not some news station upload. A shaky screen recording, horizontal someone's TV, reflected faintly in the black bars. I stared at it for a long time, with my thumb hovering over the screen. I knew in that small, sane part of my brain that I had no business watching it. I didn't know these people. I wasn't a cop or a lawyer or family. Whatever happened on that porch was theirs to live with, not mine to consume. But the same part of me that had hit play on the girl's clip, on the voicemail, on the stitched-together timeline, now pushed again. There is something ugly and magnetic in us that wants to see. We think knowing the worst of what happened will make us safer. Like information is a kind of talisman. I tapped. The video opened full screen. Whoever had recorded it started just as the X's foot connected with the door. The angle was slightly different than the one I'd seen before, maybe from a later export or a second camera. The audio was cleaner. The timestamp sat in the corner like a quiet witness. He hit the door. The frame shook. Open it. His voice sounded closer now, less compressed. There was a strain in it, an edge of panic that hadn't come through as clearly before. He wasn't just angry, he was unraveling. Inside, nothing moved that the camera could see. No shadow crossed the frosted glass. No bolt turned. He stepped back, inhaled fast, and that's when the sound hit. The gunshot, as recorded by the doorbell mic, was nothing like movie gunshots. It wasn't crisp or neat. It was a deafening pop that punched straight through my cheap phone speakers and turned the rest of the audio into shredded fabric. For half a second after the initial crack, there was a strange ringing in the clip, a high metallic whine, like the camera itself had flinched and was trying to catch its balance. The algorithm didn't know what to do with the volume spike. It smeared it across a couple of frames, leaving an afterimage of noise. The X's upper body went out of frame as he jerked backward. The camera was too low to catch his head or chest. All I saw in that frozen second was his midsection snapping away like a puppet yanked by a string. Then he dropped. From that point on, the footage might as well have been of two different people, the man who had been demanding to be let in, and the pair of legs left behind in front of the door. They sprawled on the porch at an awkward angle, jeans twisted one sneaker half off. For a breathless moment, they were still. Then one foot twitched, just once. A small, jerky motion, the toes curling inward, like they were trying to make one last decision. The camera kept recording. Inside the house, someone shouted, but the gunshot had wrecked the audio. The voices came through distorted and thin, like they were underwater. You could make out tones, shock, fear, something like apology, but no words. Outside, the porch looked nearly the same as always. Same mat, same step, same door, just the wrong thing lying on it. I watched the entire clip because once I'd seen the first second, I couldn't not see the rest. When it finally ended, my phone dumped me back into the app, back into my kitchen, back into my own body. I expected to feel something huge. Fury at him for coming there. Sympathy for her. Horror. What I felt instead was a sort of numb, buzzing quiet. It wasn't that I didn't care. It was that my brain seemed to be lagging the way the video sometimes lagged. Like the part of me that should react had been shoved a few seconds into the future and was now playing catch-up. I set the phone down on the table. The wood felt too solid under my palms. I became suddenly aware of my own house around me. The fridge cycle clicked over in the background, the low compressor hum starting up again like nothing had changed. In the hallway, the water heater ticked as it adjusted to some invisible demand. Outside, a car door slammed in somebody else's driveway, followed by the distant muffled thump of another one further down. All these sounds of people going on with their Saturdays, while one street over a body was being zipped up and carried away. And somewhere in all of that, a camera had watched the whole thing with perfect, indifferent clarity. That was what stuck with me more than the twitching foot or the flash. The sense that this little device bolted to someone's stucco had turned into a witness that never looked away, never blinked, never decided to spare itself the worst moment. We used to need a person to tell a story. Now you could scroll through the ugliest seconds of someone's life on a rectangle of glass, pausing, rewinding, analyzing frame by frame. That night, I couldn't bring myself to go to bed. I ended up on the couch again, lying on my side, with a blanket thrown over me, staring at the ceiling, while the TV played something I couldn't track. I muted it after a while. Voices felt like too much. In the quiet, my house sounded louder than ever. The fridge hummed, then clicked off, leaving a little vacuum behind that made my ears strain for the next sound. The water heater made soft knocking noises inside the wall, like someone tapping politely from another room. Now and then, out in the subdivision, a car rolled by tires, crunching gravel as someone came home late or left early. Once a trunk slammed somewhere, the sound carrying weirdly through the dark flat and heavy. I lay there with my phone on the coffee table screen, dark, telling myself I was done for the night. No more clips, no more threads, just sleep. My body didn't agree. Around 3 in the morning, when the house had settled into that particular kind of stillness you only get between 2 and 4 a.m., my phone buzzed. Not a phantom buzz, not the kind you imagine. The real thing. I knew the difference because it rattled delicately against the table, a faint plastic-on-wood chatter that made my heart lurch before I even lifted my head. I reached out and grabbed at fingers clumsy with sleep. The screen lit up my face. Motion detected at your front door. The line of text cut through the last of the drowsiness like a knife. For half a second, I didn't move. The memory of the ex's legs on the porch, the way they'd gone, still sat heavy at the back of my mind. Then the adrenaline hit. I tapped the notification with a thumb that felt too big, missed the first time, hit it on the second. The app opened slower than I wanted it to the little blue circle spinning, while my pulse pounded loud enough in my ears to drown out everything else. The live view popped up. My porch appeared in grainy gray, empty. The mat, the door, the sliver of driveway, the plant I kept meaning to water and never did. Nothing else. For a moment, I thought it was glitching, that the motion alert had been delayed, and whoever or whatever had triggered it was already gone. I held my breath and watched. A bug drifted into the frame wings, flashing briefly as it passed too close to the lens. Another one hovered near the top, ghostly and out of focus. Little sparks of life against all that static. No person, no shadow, no sudden face filling the screen. Just my house pretending to be asleep. I let the feed run for another 30 seconds, then closed it with a thumb swipe. My heart was still hammering against my ribs, but the panic had thinned into confusion. False alarm, I told myself. The sensor is touchy. A moth flew too close. A breeze moved a cobweb. That's all. Sleep didn't come easily after that. In the morning, with daylight making everything feel less sharp, I opened the app again. Not the live view, my actual event history. If there is one thing fear does well, it is making you want to verify. The list showed the 3:02 a.m. alert motion. Front door. I tapped it. The playback started with the familiar empty porch. Nothing there, just like I'd seen live. But this time, with the option to scrub frame by frame, I noticed something I hadn't in the half-awake moment. About 2 seconds into the clip, the door handle trembled. Just a little. Barely more than a shiver. It wasn't someone yanking on it or trying to twist it. It was a tiny constrained movement, like something had bumped it from outside, or someone had rested a hand on it and then thought better of it. The rest of the frame stayed still. The mat didn't move. The door itself didn't flex. There was no shadow crossing the threshold, no silhouette on the frosted glass. Just the handle, a fraction of an inch of motion, then stillness. I scrubbed back and forth over those few frames, watching the metal twitch and settle. I turned the sound up. The mic recorded nothing but the faint hiss of nighttime, and somewhere in the distance the low rumble of a car on the highway. No footstep, no knock. If I hadn't checked the history, I would have told myself the motion alert really had been about those bugs. As I stared at the tiny timeline bar under the clip, something else clicked into place in my head. The timestamp. 3:02 a.m. I backed out of the event and checked my phone's system log, the last video I'd played before putting it down that night. The full leaked shooting clip. Time watched 3:01 a.m. to 3:02 a.m. While I had been lying on my couch in the dark, watching another man die on someone else's porch. My own camera had recorded something or someone testing my door handle. Just a small movement, a little tremor in the metal, like whatever was out there had been waiting for me to look away. 3.1, the box demon. By then I had given up on the idea of sleeping in a quiet house. Silence was not comforting anymore. It was just an empty canvas for my brain to paint things on. So I started leaving the TV on at night volume low, some nothing show, looping until the episode endings blurred into each other. I would lie on the couch with the remote on my chest, eyes half closed, letting the sound wash over the noises. I could not control the creaks in the walls, the sighs from the vents, the occasional thump from some neighbor's trunk across the street. It didn't make me feel safe. It just made me feel less alone inside the noise. This was a few weeks after the shooting. Long enough that the police cars had stopped cruising our street every day, but not long enough for people to stop mentioning it in lowered voices whenever someone slammed a door too hard. The girl on the porch, the X on Maple Ridge, the handle on my own door. Those three memories rotated quietly in the background of my thoughts, like tabs I couldn't close. The night the box demon came, I wasn't fully asleep. It was close to 3 in the morning. I know that because I saw the time reflected in the bottom corner of a late-night infomercial right before my eyes slipped shut again. 2:47, 2:52, 2:59. The TV painted slow shifting light across the ceiling. An enthusiastic voice was trying to sell me knives or a blender. I only caught disconnected phrases, life-changing limited offer, that drifted in and out like pieces of a dream. I remember the weight of the blanket over my legs, the way my cheek was pressed into the couch cushion, still faintly smelling of detergent, and whatever my life had been when I first moved in. Then beneath the drone of the infomercial, I heard a sound that did not belong to the TV at all. The ring chime on my phone, not the little buzz of a text or the hollow knock of an email, but that specific bright synthetic tone the app uses when something moves at your door. My body reacted before the rest of me did. My stomach dropped. Heart-spiked breath paused halfway in my chest. For a second, I froze, listening hard, as if I could somehow tell what was on my porch from the quality of the notification. The phone lit up on the coffee table screen, glowing against the dark, casting a rectangle of pale light onto the wood. My name, the time, and under it, that same phrase, I was starting to hate motion detected at your front door. I pushed myself up too fast, the blanket sliding off my legs. My hand knocked the remote to the carpet. It clattered, and the TV volume jumped up suddenly before I stabbed the mute button. The house snapped into a more complete silence, broken only by the faint hiss of the TV screen and the distant, constant hum of the highway. I grabbed the phone. My thumb shook just enough that I had to tap the notification twice. The live view opened. At first, all I saw was color, not the usual grayscale of the night vision mode. The porch was lit, not by my own light, but by something else in the frame, a moving piece of fabric, bright and swirling, catching every scrap of illumination from the streetlights and bending it. As my eyes adjusted, the shape resolved itself. A figure stood on my porch facing the camera. They were wrapped in a loose, oversized cloak made of some kind of tie-dye material, the colors warped by the IR into muddy bands of light and dark. The cloth gathered around their feet, hiding their shoes, their height impossible to judge. Their face, if you could call it that, was worse. It was a paper plate, not a mask from a costume shop, not a plastic Halloween thing, just a white paper plate with rough holes cut for eyes and jagged teeth drawn in red marker. The circles for eyes were filled in completely black, heavy strokes, ink bleeding into the pulp. The mouth was a saw-edged grin that stretched too wide across the bottom, red lines thick and uneven. The plate was held to their head by a piece of elastic or string I could barely see. It bobbed slightly as they breathed. They were standing very still. The camera's microphone picked up their breathing as a faint rush, but under that, there was something else. At first, I thought it was a glitch in the audio, a warble, a little up and down distortion, like the file was trying to correct itself. But as I listened, it took on a pattern, a melody. Someone, somewhere close enough for the doorbell to hear, was humming a lullaby. It didn't sound like any song I could name. It was just a sequence of notes, soft and slightly off-key, like it was coming from a music box that had been left in an attic too long. The tune wobbled around the edges of the microphone's range, sometimes dipping low, sometimes rising into a faint, tinny whistle. The figure didn't move at first, just stood there, cloak drifting slightly at the edges. Then it bent. Slowly, they crouched down the cloak, pooling around their knees, and placed something on the welcome mat. The camera angle caught the top of a small cardboard box, a plain one taped shut, no logos. Their hands were gloved in dark fabric. The fingers were long, or maybe it just looked that way under the lens. They straightened up again, joints unfolding. The paper plate mask bobbed once. Then they stepped closer to the camera. From that distance, the mask almost filled the frame. 2 solid black circles, the red teeth, the slightly warped roundness of the plate itself. You could see where the marker strokes had overlapped darker, in some places faded in others. The elastic dug a small crease into the side of their hood. The lullaby continued in the background, same melody, looping now, a little warped at the same point, each time like a scratched record. When they spoke, their voice came through the mic, calm and clear, so close it almost felt like it was bypassing the phone and whispering straight into my ear. I am the box demon. The sentence was delivered the way someone might introduce themselves at a meeting. No growl, no theatrics. Just a flat, eerie statement. My skin prickled. They stood there for a heartbeat after saying it, as if waiting for a reaction from the other side of the door. From me. I didn't move. On the couch with my knees half off the cushion and my hand clenched around the phone, I felt like a kid again. Watching a horror movie, I wasn't supposed to see, too scared to look away, and too scared to call for anyone else. The house around me felt suddenly enormous and hollow. The figure finally turned. The cloak swayed as they pivoted the edge of the fabric, brushing against the porch rail with a soft, whispering scrape that the mic picked up almost too clearly. They walked slowly out of frame, away from the camera, toward the steps. The lullaby trailed with them, getting slightly softer, as if the source of the sound moved farther down the path. Then the audio settled back into the usual nighttime static, a faint hiss, a bug flickering briefly at the top of the image, the distant hum of the world. The clip ended. The live view, however, was still on. The porch was empty now, the box sitting neatly on my mat like a package left by a sane delivery driver. The tie-dye cloak, the paper plate, the mask, the voice, all gone into the dark beyond the edge of the lens. I stayed frozen for a long time. Every instinct I had was split down the middle. Call 911. Don't call anyone. Stay where you are. Go check the door. If someone was still out there, they had to know I'd seen them. That was the whole point of talking to the camera. If no one was out there, then the box just sat there like a question. My eyes kept drifting to the front door itself. It was 10 feet away, maybe less. If I listened hard enough, I could almost imagine I heard that lullaby still humming through the wood. A full minute passed on the live feed. No movement. Another bug, a flicker of dust. The porch looked like the porch of a normal person's house again. My heart had slowed from its initial sprint to something like a fast jog. I told myself that if this was some kind of messed up prank, they were probably recording my reaction. They wanted screaming, flailing. They wanted drama. What I gave them instead was a slow, shaky stand. I put the phone down on the table screen, still showing the dark porch. The TV muted flashed images of smiling people cutting vegetables. The contrast made everything feel even less real. I walked to the door. The deadbolt turned under my hand with that same neat click as always. The handle felt cool. The wood felt too thin. I opened it just a crack at first. Cold air slid in, smelling faintly of wet grass and distant exhaust. The subdivision was quiet. No voices, no footsteps, no laughter drifting from any late party. The box sat on the mat, small and ordinary. I pushed the door wider, stepped out just enough to bend and pick it up. The cardboard dug into my fingers. It wasn't heavy, maybe a couple of ounces at most. Whatever was inside, if anything, didn't shift when I lifted it. The night pressed softly against my ears. Somewhere far away, a truck engine growled, then faded. I looked left down the street. Empty. Right. Empty. The porch light threw a puddle of yellow on the concrete, but beyond that, the world blurred into shadow. If anyone was watching me, they were good at picking the blind spots. I went back inside and shut the door, gently relocking it out of habit. In the kitchen, under the overhead light, the box looked even more unremarkable. Brown, taped shut. No writing, no logo, no return address. Just cardboard. I opened it carefully, half expecting something to jump, some coiled-up, spring-loaded scare. The tape peeled with a dry rip. The flaps unfolded. Nothing. No note. No symbol. No USB drive with a creepy video on it. Just the empty smell of cheap cardboard and a faint underlying scent of dust, like it had been sitting in someone's garage for too long. I turned it over, checked every side, looking for a mark, a drawing, some clue. There was nothing but faint scuffs where someone's fingers had held it. After a while, not knowing what else to do, I set it on the counter and went back to the couch. I did not sleep. The next day, when my head was clearer, but my nerves were not, I decided to watch the clip again, this time with headphones. I sat at the table, plugged them in, and replayed the video from the beginning. The image was no less wrong than it had been at 3 a.m. The tie-dye, the plate, the black eyes, but I focused on the sound, the breathing, the faint shuffle of shoes, the cloth whispering against wood, and that lullaby. With the volume turned all the way up, the tune came through more distinctly. It was still off-key, still warped, but I could follow it now, 4 notes down, 3 up, a little turn, then loop. I listened again, and again. After the 4th or 5th playback, a realization slid slowly, unpleasantly into my mind. The lullaby didn't sound like it was coming from out on the porch. Doorbell mics have a certain quality. You get this hollow, slightly distant feel, like you're hearing the world through a cup pressed to a wall. Voices are always a little muffled. Footsteps always a little blurred. The lullaby was different. It had depth. When the figure was farther from the camera, the melody was still just as loud, sitting right on top of the ambient hiss. When they stepped closer, when the cloak almost filled the frame, it didn't get any louder or sharper the way it should have if it had been humming under that mask. And under all of that faint but undeniable, there was a second version of the same tune, slightly delayed, like an echo. One track sounded like it was in front of the microphone on the porch side of the door. The other sounded like it was coming from behind it, from inside the house, from somewhere closer than the camera, somewhere between the mic and where I'd been lying on the couch. I took the headphones off and sat there in my kitchen, the silence around me suddenly feeling too thin. The empty cardboard box was still on the counter, looking harmless, ordinary. Outside, the neighborhood went about its day. Inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that the first time the box demon came to my door, The sound that introduced it had already been in my living room waiting. 3, 2, the goat mask, and revelation. For a while after the box, nothing happened. Or more accurately, nothing happened that a normal person would have noticed. The mail still came. Packages still showed up, dropped by anonymous hands in brown uniforms. Kids still cut across my lawn on their way to the park. The Ring dutifully recorded all of it, cataloging every minor movement that brushed the edge of its field of view. I tried to convince myself that the box demon had been some sick prank. Some bored teenager with access to craft supplies and an internet full of bad ideas. Maybe there was a TikTok trend I didn't know about. Maybe the lullaby was a glitch. It is amazing what you can talk yourself into during the day. At night, lying on the couch with the TV low and my phone within arm's reach, the logic felt thinner. The empty cardboard box sat in my garage, half buried under other junk, but my mind kept dragging it back into the living room, putting it on the coffee table in front of me like evidence. Even so, time does this thing where it sands down the edges of fear. Days stack up. Work emails and grocery lists crowd out the worst of the images. You still remember, but not in the sharp stabbing way. I almost let myself believe I might be done with masks. One evening, maybe 3 weeks later, I went to Walmart. It was one of those trips where you don't really need anything urgent, but your cabinets have crossed the line from minimalist to sad, and you've been eating the same leftover pasta for 2 nights in a row. The sky outside was that flat Texas gray that makes the parking lot lights look too bright. Inside the store was buzzing in that particular Walmart way. Bright fluorescent aisles, squeaky cartwheels, the constant beep of scanners, and the faint, tired music coming from speakers that hadn't been replaced in years. A little kid was crying softly in the distance. Someone laughed too loud near the electronics section. I was standing in the cereal aisle, staring at a wall of boxes. There's something almost obscene about how many versions of sugar and grain we've turned into mascots and fonts. My cart stood beside me, half full of things I'd grabbed on autopilot: paper towels, a frozen pizza coffee. That's when my phone vibrated. I didn't look at it right away. In a store, your body learns to tune out certain notifications, bank alerts, useless newsletters, a random app begging you to come back. I reached for a box of cereal, glanced down, and saw the preview line across the top of the screen. Someone is at your front door. The words might as well have been in a different font. That specific phrasing, that particular icon, hit a part of my brain that had nothing to do with grocery shopping. I forgot the cereal. I forgot the aisle. I forgot the other people moving past behind me, carts rattling on the waxed floor. I tapped the notification. The Ring app opened my cell service, dragging its feet for a heartbeat. The live view loaded in slices, first a gray smear, then the outline of my porch, then the figure standing dead center. I froze, hands still half extended toward the shelves. Someone was on my porch facing the camera, tall, dressed in black from neck to boots, and wearing a mask, not paper this time, a goat. The mask was glossy red, the kind of artificial shine you only get from cheap plastic. It had exaggerated horns that curled back and up, catching the light from my porch lamp in sharp highlights. The snout was elongated, the mouth slightly open to show stylized teeth. The eyes were deep black holes, big enough that I could not tell if there were actual pupils in there or just darkness. The figure stood perfectly still. Behind them, the street was calm. No cars, no neighbors walking dogs. Just my small patch of world framed by my own door. The contrast between what I was seeing and where I was standing made my stomach flip. The aisle around me was mundane chaos. A cart rolled past one wheel, squeaking rhythmically. A woman nearby argued quietly with her partner about which brand was cheaper, their voices muffled under the store's tinny speaker playing some old pop song. Somewhere behind me, someone coughed. And on my phone in my hand, my house was the stage for something that shouldn't be real. My fingers tightened around the phone. For a second, I forgot how to breathe. On screen, the goat mask didn't move. The body beneath it rose and fell with slow breaths, chest expanding against the black fabric. It was like watching a statue that had decided to inhale. Then, with unsettling deliberateness, it took one step closer to the camera. The image warped. Ring cameras have that fisheye thing going on anyway, but up close it was worse. The red goat face filled most of the frame, the curves of the mask stretching the horns, bending into shapes that didn't quite match reality. The black eye sockets swallowed the lamplight, reflecting tiny distorted pieces of my porch. For a moment, the only thing in my field of view, both on the phone and in my mind, was that face. I could hear my own pulse in my ears loud, even under Walmart's background noise. The figure stood like that just inches from the camera for what felt like a long time. I found myself glancing absurdly up from the screen to the store ceiling, as if I expected the goat mask to somehow be looming over me between the fluorescent tubes. Then it moved again. It stepped back, slowly back, into the full-body frame and bent down. The motion was smooth, unhurried. One gloved hand slipped into its pocket or under the long hem of its coat and came out holding a rectangle of cardboard. It placed the sign carefully against my door, propping it between the mat and the frame until it stood on its own. The letters were thick and black, scrawled in a hand that didn't care about straight lines. Revelation 20:1-15. I am not a particularly religious person, but you grow up in this country. You pick up things, whether you want to or not. Revelation, final judgment, pits and chains and books being opened. Not the kind of scripture you want leaning against your front door in the dark. The camera's mic picked up a small, almost polite sound as the cardboard scraped against the threshold. In the cereal aisle, I realized I had started to whisper without meaning to. Jesus Christ. A woman pushing a cart glanced at me, then quickly away when she saw I was just another person talking to his phone. I did what I should have done that night with the box demon, and hadn't I called the police. Still staring at the goat mask on my screen, I hit the home button, thumbed to my dialer, and pressed 911. 911, what is your emergency? My door, I said, trying to keep my voice low. The words felt wrong, small. There's someone at my front door. I'm not home. I'm watching them on my doorbell camera. The operator asked for my address. I gave it, stumbling over the numbers, my eyes never leaving the live feed where the figure now stood back, upright, hands at its sides. What is the person doing? She asked. They're standing there, I said. They put a sign up. They're in a mask. A goat mask. Red. It's weird. It's... My vocabulary, apparently, had left the building. As if to contradict my description of just standing there, the goat mask turned slightly, like it was listening. Then finally, the figure pivoted away from the door. It walked down the steps and out of frame with the same steady, deliberate pace it had arrived. No hurry, no backward glance. The horns vanished first, then the shoulders, then the black-clad back of them swallowed by the right edge of my screen. They're leaving, I said, more to myself than to the dispatcher. Officers are on the way to your address, she said. Do you know the person? No. Did they damage anything? No, I said, eyes on the now empty porch. The sign still propped against my door. Just left something. Later that evening, when I met the officers at my house, I showed them the clip. We stood in my living room, the three of us leaning toward my phone like parishioners around a tiny evil altar. That's odd, one said finally. Yeah, the other agreed, his face giving nothing else away. They walked the exterior, checked my locks, looked at the sign, which had been left exactly where the video showed. One of them picked it up by the edge, 2 fingers holding it like it might bite. You a church guy? He asked. Not really, I said. You got any fights with anyone? No more than usual, I replied. It landed flat. In the end, their answer was about what I should have expected. We can patrol more around here for a bit, one said. But technically, he didn't do anything illegal. No damage, no threats we can prove. Just creepy. They suggested I keep the footage. In case it escalates, the older one said, tucking his notebook away. If he comes back, call us again. Save everything your camera gets. As if my front door needed any more encouragement to become a stage. They left. Their cruiser's taillights washed briefly across my walls, in red, then disappeared. I was alone in the house again, the sign sitting on my kitchen table now, its black letters glaring in the overhead light. The line of scripture marched across it like an accusation. That night, after pacing my living room and checking my locks for the 5th time, I did what I always do. I watched the clip again. This time, I paused it, rewound, went frame by frame. I watched the way the goat mask's glossy surface caught my porch light, the way the horns distorted when it leaned close, the slight shifting of shadow under the coat when it bent. Right before the figure turned away, there was a moment where the camera, trying to adjust to movement and light, widened its exposure for a fraction of a second. The darker areas around the edges of the frame lightened just a little, the threshold between visible and invisible pushed back by a step. That was when I saw it. Near the sidewalk, just at the far left edge of the frame, half hidden by the distortion, there was a scrap of color that didn't belong to my lawn, my driveway, or the night. A loose hanging fold of fabric. The colors were mangled by the infrared, but under the grayscale smear, I could make out uneven bands, light and dark, swirling around each other in a pattern my brain recognized before the rest of me wanted to. Tie-dye. The same kind of tie-dye, in the same loose draped shape as the cloak the box demon had worn weeks before. Whoever wore that cloak wasn't in full view this time. They were standing just out of range, just beyond the camera's eye, close enough that a bit of their garment drifted into frame when they shifted their weight, watching, while the goat mask stood center stage at my door, delivering its verse. Three symbols and patterns you don't want to see. After the goat mask night, my ring history stopped feeling like a safety feature and started feeling like a disease. I told myself I was just reviewing the footage. That is what the officers had said, right? Save everything. If he comes back, call us again. I clung to that as justification. But there is a difference between checking and obsessing, and I blew past that line without even slowing down. Every evening after work, after I pretended to watch something on TV for an hour, I would end up at the same place, hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table phone, plugged into it, exporting clips. The box demon, the goat mask, play, pause, rewind, slow motion. It is amazing how much you start to see when you know exactly what you are looking for, and also have no idea what you are looking for. I zoomed in on corners. I brightened shadows that were never meant to be brightened. I stared at reflections in the door glass until my own distorted outline caught faintly in one frame. When I opened the door, started to look like a stranger. At first, I tried to classify them. Box demon night prank. Bored teenager with too much time and a craft bin. Empty box, stupid line, weird lullaby. Goat mask night disturbed religious nut. Had to be. Revelation verse costume dramatic pose. Two separate weirdos. Two separate stories. If I could keep them separate in my head, they were easier to file away. Except they refused to stay in their folders. The lullaby was the thing that broke the separation. I kept thinking about the way it had sounded wrong in my living room. The way in headphones it seemed to come from both sides of the door at once. That bothered me more than the paper plate or the empty box. It meant the sound wasn't just out there. It had somehow been recorded like it was already in here. One night, too wired to sleep and too tired to do anything useful, I pulled the raw audio from both clips onto my laptop. Just the sound, no image. Two little WAV files labeled in a way I hoped no one else would ever have to see. boxdemon.mp3 and goat mask mp3. I put on my headphones and listened to the first one again. The muffled thump of feet on my porch. The faint rustle of fabric. The whisper of the cardboard box hitting the mat. And underneath that tune, 4 notes down 3 up loop. Out of tune like a child humming along to a song they barely remember. Then I switched to the goat. At first, all I heard was what I remembered, the quiet of my street, the hum of my porch, like the slight scrape of the sign being set down. His breathing was slower than the box demon's longer inhales, longer exhales, but it was there shaping the silence. I almost turned it off, ready to write it off as nothing. Then around the time the goat mask stepped closer to the camera, I heard something faint in the background. Not words, not speech, a pattern. I scrubbed back and listened again. There it was, softer than before, nearly swallowed by the mic's noise floor, but still there if you knew where to listen. Da-da-da-dum. Da-da-dum. Not as clear as the first night, quieter, farther away, but the same contour, the same little sag in the middle of the line, the same warble on the last note, like the source was shaking slightly. My skin went cold. I could have told myself I was imagining it, that my mind, primed by the first clip, was forcing the second to match. That is what brains do. They look for patterns and draw lines, even when none are there. But seeing is one thing. Hearing is another. There is a third sense to seeing sound. I pulled both files into a simple audio editor and looked at them as waveforms. The screen filled with jagged lines, peaks and valleys, spikes, where the knocks hit thick blocks of gray where the voices sat. I zoomed into the part of the box clip where the lullaby played the clearest. The waveform here was delicate, smaller spike clusters riding on a bed of background hiss. I took a screenshot. Then I did the same on the goat clip in the tiny window where I thought I heard the echo. Zoomed in, found the faint pattern, the barely there bumps. Side by side, the two images weren't identical. But when I dragged one over the other, on my screen lining up the timing, the general shape matched. The rises and falls, the little double peak on the third note, the slightly lower dip on the fourth. Not proof, but too close for coincidence. Two different nights, two different masks, the same tune stitched into the background like a watermark. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the screen until my eyes started to water. It would be nice to say, I closed the laptop then and walked away. To say, I recognized the edge of paranoia and decided not to step over it. I didn't. Instead, I went back to the video. I watched the box demon clip from the beginning. Without sound, first then with. The cloak swaying the plate face, turning the box going down. I noticed something when I slowed it to half speed. The figure didn't walk straight to my door. They stepped into a strip of shadow on the left side of the porch and paused there. 2 seconds, maybe 3. Long enough that if you were watching live and not expecting anything, you would have blinked and missed it. Only then did they move forward into the full light to bend and place the box to announce themselves. Later in the goat mask clip, I saw the same thing. Not in the first version, where I was too busy staring at the red horns and the sign. In slow motion in the raw file, you could see it. The figure enters frame, stops just before the edge of the brightest light, stands in that penumbra of porch shadow for a heartbeat, then continues. In both clips, the pause happens in almost the exact same spot. Same porch, same strip of concrete, same segment of shadow just outside the ring of the lamp. It looked less like someone hesitating and more like someone waiting for a cue. For what? A text, a signal from someone across the street, a beep in an earpiece? I had no idea. What I did have was a new worse thought than 2 separate crazy people picked my house. What if they didn't? What if this wasn't random? I sat there in my kitchen, the hum of my fridge, filling the silence between my own breaths, and let the idea take shape. Maybe there wasn't a box demon person and a goat mask person. Maybe there was a group. Maybe there was a plan. Maybe some message board full of people I'd never meet had a thread titled something like Our Next House, and mine was just the latest entry. Maybe my front door wasn't chosen because of anything I'd done. Maybe it was chosen because it filmed well. Wide porch, clean line of sight, decent lighting, a good stage. Somebody didn't just pick my house to prank, I thought. Somebody picked my house to film. Once that sentence landed, it wouldn't leave. I opened the box, demon clip again, jumped to the moment where the empty box sat on the mat alone. The figure had already walked away. The cloak was gone. The plate face was gone. Just my door, my welcome mat, and the stupid little box. Out of morbid curiosity, I paused there and zoomed in on the box. The resolution on these cameras isn't great. The closer you get, the more everything turns into squares. The box became a cluster of pixels, light brown, darker brown shadows. The tape on top fuzzed into a band of off-white. On the side facing the camera near the bottom, there was a faint smudge. At first, I thought it was just compression, a shadow, a flaw in the cardboard. But the more I looked at it, the less random it seemed. I screenshotted that frame and pulled it up in an image editor. I bumped the contrast. I adjusted the levels. The smudge darkened, separating itself from the background beige. It was small. Someone with better things to do would not have noticed it. Drawn in, what looked like pencil, so light that the camera barely caught. It was a simple shape. 2 small circles side by side. A short line connecting them from below, like a little bridge or nose. I blinked. Then with a sinking feeling, I opened a still from the goat clip, the red mask and profile. From the front, it was all horns and hollow sockets. From the side, the design simplified 2 round eye holes and a long, narrow nose between them. The silhouette of those 3 points made almost the same tiny symbol circle line. The drawing on the box was cruder, more abstract, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Not two weirdos then, not two unrelated jokes. A mark, a tag, a logo maybe for something I had never heard of and didn't want to. I closed my laptop, then opened it again. I picked up my phone, then put it back down. I walked to the front door, hand hovering over the deadbolt, not sure whether I wanted to look out or never look out again. The house around me was exactly the same as it had been an hour earlier. Same walls, same furniture, same humming appliances. But it felt different. Before, I'd been one of many people in the neighborhood who watched their cameras, shared clips, commented on coyotes and lost dogs. Now, for the first time, I felt like my camera wasn't just watching my street. Something else somewhere might be watching my camera. 4. 1. Sharon. At the corner house. Every street has one. The person who knows when trash pickup changed, who reminds you about HOA meetings, who notices when a new car starts parking where it never parked before. On my street, that was Sharon. She lived in the corner house at the end of the block, the one where the sidewalk curves toward the main road. Late 50s, maybe early 60s, always in a faded ball cap and old sneakers. I do not think I ever saw her without dirt on her hands. Her front yard was the only one on our stretch that looked intentionally alive. Everyone else had the usual subdivision package: small tree, generic bushes, lawn kept just short of ugly. Sharon had flower beds layered around her porch, terracotta pots lining the walkway, herbs spilling out of planters. In the evenings, when the sun was low, you could see her out there, on her knees, working by the hiss of her sprinklers. The first real conversation I had with her was about my Ring camera. I was wrestling a flat-pack shelf out of my trunk one Saturday, sweat already sticking my shirt to my back, when I heard her call out from the sidewalk. "Hey, you got one of those door cameras too?" I turned around. She was standing at the edge of my driveway, hose in hand water, trickling onto the grass beside her shoe, because she'd forgotten to turn it off. She nodded toward the device by my door. "Yeah," I said. "Porch pirate paranoia." She snorted. "Tell me about it." "I put one in last year. The contractor said I was being paranoid, but he doesn't pick up my packages." She rolled her eyes toward the end of the street. "That the guy doing your addition?" I asked. I'd noticed the dumpster parked in front of her house for weeks, the piles of lumber, the sawhorses that seemed to migrate from driveway to lawn and back again. "Yeah." "Supposedly," she said. 15 months of supposedly. "Contractors," she added, giving me a wry, tired smile, "are scarier than burglars. Burglars at least leave when they're done." We stood there talking on the sidewalk for maybe 10 minutes. The sprinklers down the block ticked in slow arcs, the water pattering on lawns. Cars rolled past at the lazy neighborhood speed stop. Creep wave continue. The air smelled like damp earth and fertilizer, the kind of smell you only notice if someone actually takes care of their yard. She complained about delays, about change orders, about checks cashed faster than walls went up. I nodded along, like I had any idea what she was going through, secretly happy my house's problems were all interior. "Anyway," she said, finally flicking her wrist to send a last spray of water across a flower bed. "If you ever catch somebody weird on your camera, send it my way. Maybe one of them is my contractor actually showing up on time." That was Sharon in my head, hose in hand, cracking jokes about the people wasting her money, dirt on her knees, sun on her face. The last time I saw her alive, she was dragging a bag of potting soil out of her trunk at dusk. I was pulling into my driveway. We did the little neighbor wave. I remember thinking for no good reason that her hat looked newer than usual. A week later, I came home and saw police lights at the end of the street. Red and blue strobed off the walls of the corner house, washing the leaves of her plants in artificial color. Her driveway, usually taken up by her SUV and a contractor's pickup, was filled with 2 squad cars and an unmarked sedan. There was a white van at the curb that I didn't want to think about too hard. Yellow tape cut across her front walkway like someone had taken a highlighter to the air. A knot of neighbors had formed on the opposite sidewalk, that uneasy clump people form when they want to see but also want to be seen as respectful. I parked in my driveway, killed the engine, and just sat there with my hands on the wheel for a second watching the lights flicker. As soon as I stepped out of my car, the sounds hit. The squawk of police radios, terse phrases popping in and out. The murmur of voices, officers talking to each other, someone giving information to a detective in a low, exhausted tone. The distant, constant rumble of the highway under all of it, as if nothing else had changed in the world. Kurt was among the cluster of neighbors. He caught my eye and walked over, lowering his voice before he even got within arm's length. "You here?" he asked. "No," I said. "What happened, Sharon?" he said. The name landed between us with a dull weight. "They found her inside. Bottom of the stairs, I think. Someone said there was a lot of blood." He glanced back at the house, then leaned a little closer. "They're saying homicide." The word felt too big for our street, for her garden, for the familiar shape of that corner lot. Someone on the neighbor's app already had their phone out. By the time I got inside and sat down on my couch, notifications were blowing up my screen. Police at corner house. Anyone know what happened? Helicopter overhead. Is everyone safe? Rumor of break-in. Lock your doors. Then the video started. Doorbell clips from houses farther down the block facing the intersection. Grainy footage of squad cars parking. More of the flashing lights bouncing off mailboxes and parked SUVs. One camera caught 2 officers carrying a stretcher toward Sharon's front door, the white sheet over it disturbingly flat. In one audio track, if you turned the volume up and listened past the hiss, you could hear someone say, "Time of death," followed by a string of numbers. In another, a voice on a radio mentioned entry wound and blunt force. We weren't supposed to hear that. We did anyway. It took days for the pieces to filter down into something like a story. She'd been found by 2 friends who stopped by after she didn't answer calls for a couple of days. They had a key. They let themselves in. She was lying near the bottom of her stairs, face down, blood on the carpet. The last person anyone remembered seeing at the house was her contractor, Peter. He'd been working on the extension off the back. There had been arguments lately, people said, about money, about the work. I knew that much before the clip surfaced. I wish I could say I was surprised when it did. It showed up in my feed like all the others, attached to a post with a line that started the same lousy way as the leaked shooting video. Not sure if we're supposed to share this, but Sharon's own front door camera. The angle was familiar now. Porch steps, curve of driveway. It was daytime in this one gray light, no shadows. Peter walked out first. He looked like any contractor you could pass on a Home Depot aisle without remembering later. Mid-40s, thick around the middle work boots, jeans, a high-vis vest half zipped over a hoodie. He stepped through the doorway, turned to pull the storm door closed behind him, and you could see his shoulders working under the fabric. The front door itself stayed closed. He let the storm door swing gently shut, then reached for the handle to make sure it latched. His expression was neutral, in that way some people's faces are when they're not performing for anyone's eyes, half-lidded mouth in a straight line. Then he turned and walked toward the camera. He didn't look up at it. That struck me. Most people glance. It's human reflex to acknowledge the little black eye watching you. He kept his gaze on the truck parked in the driveway. As he came fully into frame, something on his jeans caught my eye. On his right pant leg, just above the knee, there was a dark, irregular stain. The resolution wasn't good enough to show color, but the shape was unmistakable, a spray pattern, not a spill. Edges feathered center, darker the way liquid looks when it's soaked into fabric and dried. People in the comments didn't pretend not to see it. Is that blood on his pants? Jesus, that's a lot. How is this even legal to share? Cops have him right. The official story caught up a little later. Local news articles, a press conference no one on my street attended, but everyone watched. The DA used words like violent outburst and loss of temper and brutal assault with a hammer. The anchorwoman nodded solemnly. I should have left it at that. Another awful contained story. Another neighbor turned headline. But I watched the clip again. This time, I didn't look at Peter's face or his jeans. I watched the reflection. Sharon had a storm door with a large pane of glass. The Ring camera mounted slightly to one side caught both him and the ghost image of the street behind him. As he closed the door and turned the glass briefly threw back the world over his shoulder, the curve of the sidewalk, the line of houses marching down the block, the faint warped band of the road beyond. I scrubbed the video back and forth, paused it at the moment he was most centered, zoomed in the pixels breaking apart into blocks. There, in the reflected strip of street running down the center of the glass, was my house. Tiny, distorted. The numbers above my garage door stretched and bent by the curve of the glass, but still legible if you knew what you were looking at. It hit me then, with a stupid, obvious force, every time he'd come to work on Sharon's extension, every time he'd parked his truck at the end of the cul-de-sac, or walked back to it at the end of the day, he had passed my house, walked in front of the same camera, now recording me watching him. And my camera, if I scrolled back far enough, would probably have quiet little clips of him in the background. A man in a vest and boots, carrying tools. Just another piece of the scenery I hadn't paid attention to until I knew what he was capable of doing inside someone else's walls. 4.2. The sound of someone else's crime scene. There was one clip from Sharon's doorbell I kept coming back to, and it was not the obvious one. Not the footage of Peter walking out with that stain on his pants. Not the still frame every local news station used when they ran the story. It was a nothing clip on the surface, 10 seconds long. No people in it at all. The frame showed Sharon's porch, the mat with the little floral border, the potted plants lined up like sentries, the corner of the storm door. It was gray, out the kind of dull, overcast day where even the shadows seemed tired. But it was the sound that got me. In the background, you could hear rain tapping lightly against the porch roof. Not a storm, just a steady, gentle patter. Every now and then, a heavier drop would hit closer to the microphone, making a slightly louder plink. It was oddly soothing if you did not know what had happened inside that house. A dog barked somewhere far away. One of those bored, repetitive barks 3 in a row, A pause, then 3 more. The mic on the doorbell flattened. It made it thin and distant, but it still cut through the rain. And underneath those sounds, there was something else. A short, sharp noise, like metal hitting something hollow. The first time I heard it, I thought it was maybe a neighbor dropping a tool in a garage or someone closing a car door in an odd way. It was just one tap, not part of a rhythm, not repeated, just a small, clean tink that stood out in the mix. I didn't know then what it was attached to. Later, when more details came out, when the DA talked about a hammer as the weapon, about how he'd left it in a shed out back, I went back to that clip, and the sound changed. Same recording, different brain. Now, when I heard that little metal-on-hollow note, I could only imagine one thing: a hammer being set down on something near the porch. Not dropped from a great height, just released, like someone's hand had finally unclenched. The frame stayed empty the whole time. Whatever conversation had led up to that sound, whatever argument had finally boiled over, had happened just out of sight. I found myself replaying those 10 seconds over and over, filling in what the camera couldn't see. I pictured Sharon inside in the narrow hallway that led from her kitchen to the stairs. Her voice rising, not in a shriek, but in the flat, exhausted way people yell when they've been repeating themselves for months. We agreed on April. You said you'd be done by summer. I'm not paying another dime until you finish what you started. I imagined Peter's responses low and defensive, then sharper. Words bouncing off drywall, echoing back into an empty living room. None of that was on the clip, but the emptiness of the frame somehow made it worse. The camera sat outside, watching nobody, while inside the air shifted from annoyance to anger, to something else that didn't have a word polite enough for it. That was when I started to understand that these cameras hear more than they see. We think of them as eyes, little glass eyes, bolted to stucco. Tiny witnesses, capturing faces, bodies, movement. But they are ears too. Cheap ones, sure, but still listening all the time. Neighbors started posting about that without meaning to. People across the cul-de-sac uploaded clips where you couldn't see anything but their own driveway. But if you turned the volume up, you could hear distant screams from the night Sharon died. Not cinematic ones, no long, high horror movie wails. Just short, sharp bursts of noise cut off abruptly. The same shot on Maple Ridge that I'd watched from Allison's doorbell showed up again from other angles. Somebody's camera across the street caught the muffled crack in the background, followed by the low chaos of people yelling. Another house 2 blocks over had recorded the same gunshot as a faint pop barely louder than a car backfiring. Layered together, if you had the patience to sync them, they turned the neighborhood into a kind of awful surround sound system. One act of violence rendered in small, overlapping echoes. At night, when I should have been sleeping, I lay on my couch and scrolled those clips. The wheels of a gurney bumping over Sharon's porch threshold, captured on a doorbell 2 houses down. That sound more than the sight disturbed me, the hollow clunk as rubber met wood, a little rattle from metal joints, the low murmur of officers talking near their cars' words, too blurred to distinguish tone, unmistakably tired. One clip from a guy at the far corner of the block picked up the zipper of a body bag, faint but clear, like someone closing a tent in the rain. The camera didn't show what they were zipping. It didn't have to. My mind took care of filling that in. Meanwhile, my own porch stayed visually boring. The Ring history for those days was mostly packages, a neighbor dropping off misdelivered mail, Amazon stepping too close and triggering the fisheye lens. To anyone else, it would have looked reassuring. But the more I paid attention, the more something else started to appear in my logs. Events with no movement. Short 3 or 4 second clips where the video showed nothing, no person, no cat, no spiderweb flicking in the breeze. Just my door, my mat, my slice of driveway. And yet the system had triggered. Event recorded. Front door, the app said. The only thing on those clips when I listened, with the volume up and the house quiet, was sound. In one, there was a single tap on something metal. Not loud, just enough to register. In another, what might have been one footstep on concrete, no follow-up, no corresponding shadow. In a third, a brief rustle of fabric close to the mic, as if someone had leaned just out of frame, brushed against the stucco, and then pulled back. If you didn't already have reason to be nervous, they were nothing. Random noises cropped out of the night. The camera's sensitivity turned up too high. But now, my brain was a pattern hunting machine gone feral. I started checking the timestamps on those ghost events, seeing when they clustered, seeing if they lined up in any way at all with the timelines of the other horrors. Most didn't. They were random boring. One did not feel that way. It was tagged at 2:47 a.m. on a Tuesday night, a couple of weeks after Sharon's death. I hadn't been awake for that one. No push notification had dragged me out of sleep. The camera must not have judged it important enough to ping me. I only noticed it scrolling back through the events the next morning when my coffee was still too hot and the house was still shaking off its own dreams. I tapped it. The video loaded 8 seconds long. The porch appeared washed in infrared gray. The mat, the door, the railing on the right side. Absolute stillness. There were no bugs in frame. No wind that I could see nudging the small plant by the step. For the first 3 seconds, the only sound was the faint hiss of the mic and way off the almost not there sigh of the highway. Then in the 4th second, there was a tap. Not wood on wood. Not a pebble bouncing. Metal. A small, neat ringing contact. Like someone had taken a tool, something dense, something with weight, and let the head of it kiss the metal of my porch railing. Not a swing. Not a hit. Just a light touch. The sound vibrated in my headphones longer than it existed in the file. I replayed it. Empty frame. Hiss. Highway. Tap. Silence. There was no movement in the video. No flicker of shadow from the streetlight. No reflected shape in the door's window. Just that one little metallic note floating in the dark. If I had heard it alone without context, I might have thought of a wrench or someone's keyring brushing against the rail. But my brain unhelpfully was already filled with the DA's dry voice saying assault with a hammer into a microphone. It was already filled with that earlier clip from Sharon's porch, the sound of metal on something hollow as the camera watched nothing. A stupid thought pushed its way through everything else, the kind you would be embarrassed to say out loud, but can't quite shake. If Peter had spent months on our street, hauling his tools past my house, if his routines and mistakes had seeped into these sidewalks, how many times had that exact sound happened just beyond my porch light without my camera catching it? And what did it mean that now, after he'd been arrested, after the court dates had started, there was a clip where my own camera recorded that noise and nothing else? Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the railing was settling and the system was too sensitive. Maybe a neighbor's cat had brushed something metal I couldn't see. Maybe the world is full of random taps and clicks and pings that only become ominous because of what we've watched before. But when I sat there at my kitchen table, headphones on, listening to that tiny hammer sound echo in my ears. It didn't feel random. It felt like for 8 seconds, at 2:47 in the morning, my house had become the background audio of someone else's crime scene. 4. 3. The contract signed without my name. There was a detail I had managed to forget until my brain decided to weaponize it. It came back on a Tuesday afternoon completely uninvited while I was staring at an email from the HOA about repainting mailboxes. I wasn't thinking about Sharon. I wasn't thinking about Peter. I was thinking about how much I hated the phrase community standard when a memory just dropped in. It was another evening months earlier. Warm air, low sun sprinklers, ticking in that lazy, hypnotic way. I had been standing in my driveway, looking down at the front steps. The top one has a crack. Not big enough to be dangerous yet, but big enough to be annoying. A hairline fracture running from one corner toward the center, like someone had drawn an uncertain line with a pencil, and then stopped. I remember standing there, toe nudging the edge of it, thinking I should get that fixed before it turns into a real problem. That was when Sharon walked by. She had a trowel in her hand, dirt under her fingernails, same faded baseball cap shading her face. She slowed when she saw me looking down. "What's got you so serious?" she asked. "Step," I said, pointing. "Probably nothing, but it's starting to crack." She stepped closer, peered down at it with the same expression she used on her flowers. "Yeah, you don't want water getting in there," she said. "Winter will make it worse. You should get those looked at." She straightened up, brushed some soil off her knee. "I can give you my guy's number if you want," she added. "He's already out here half the week anyway. Might as well make him actually earn it." She smiled when she said that a quick flash of teeth meant more for herself than me. I almost said yes. I can still feel the word forming in my mouth. That tiny, polite reflex to accept help, to take the easy option. Call the guy your neighbor already vetted. Let someone else deal with the crack. Instead, what I actually said was, "Thanks, but I'll fix it myself." "Eventually," she shrugged. "Suit yourself. Offer stands." Then she walked on hose, coiled over one arm, the metallic hiss of another sprinkler starting up further down the street. If she'd insisted, maybe I would have taken the number. If I'd had a worse day at work, maybe I would have let myself off the hook and handed the problem to someone with a business card. But I said no. Months later, sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop open on a frozen still of Peter's jeans and that dark stain on his pant leg, the memory slotted into place like a missing piece that changed the picture. If I had called that contractor, first, would Sharon still be alive? The question arrived, fully formed, ugly, and heavy. If Peter had been my guy instead of hers, if he'd been parking his truck in my driveway, tracking dust across my floors, checking my steps, and making small talk about football in my kitchen, would he have been in her house at all? Or would my doorbell footage be the one on the news, showing him walking away with blood on his clothes, and my neighbors arguing in the comments about what they could see on his face? The rational part of my brain tried to push back. You don't know what pushed him over the edge. You don't know what their arguments were like. You don't know if anything would have been different. But horror doesn't care about what you know. It cares about where your imagination can wedge itself and stay. The thought that my "I'll fix it myself" had in some roundabout cosmic bookkeeping signed a contract on a house that was not mine lodged itself between my ribs and stayed. Before Sharon Horror had been something that happened at other doors. The girl on the porch, that was 4 houses down. Allison's ex That was another street. Even the box demon and the goat mask had felt in some twisted way like performances. Targeted, yes, but not fatal. Not yet. Sharon's death closed that distance. A woman who had stood in my driveway leaned over my cracked step and joked about contractors being scarier than burglars had died on her own staircase, while a camera outside recorded the rain and the sound of somebody dropping a hammer. My house once again felt like it had narrowly dodged a bullet I hadn't even known was coming. My relationship with my own doorbell camera shifted again after that. When I first installed it, it felt like armor. A little digital shield I could put between myself and whoever showed up on my doorstep. If something bad happened, at least I would have a record. Proof. Evidence. That was the logic. After the girl, after the ex, after the box, and the goat, and the hammer, it didn't feel like armor anymore. It felt like an eye I had invited in. An eye that would not close. I started having thoughts I didn't like. Little flashes of potential futures that made my chest tighten. What would my ring footage look like if I one day became the story? Would I be the one going out the door, stressed and distracted, never knowing there'd be a still frame? People dissected later for signs that something was off. Or would it be somebody else? Somebody whose face I'd never seen before, standing where the masks had stood framed perfectly on my porch. 20 seconds of video that the internet could replay and argue about while other people walked around my yellow tape. How many angles would my worst moment be captured from? I thought about deleting the app more than once. About unscrewing the little black rectangle from my door frame, pulling the wires, patching the holes, pretending I'd never needed it. But every time I got close, every time my hand hovered near the remove device option in the settings, I would get a notification from the neighbor's feed. Suspicious van circling the block. Package stolen off my porch. Does anyone recognize this man? The convenience of knowing was a hook. The fear of not knowing was another. Between them, they kept the camera exactly where it was, so I left it. I told myself that having an unblinking eye was better than being blind, even if that eye might one day watch something I never wanted to see. At night, lying on the couch with the TV low and the phone within reach, I would sometimes imagine the opposite. What if Sharon had had no camera at all? No clip of Peter leaving? No stain frozen mid-step? No audio of rain and distant dogs and the quiet metal tap? Would that have been kinder or worse? Would ignorance have left more room for doubt, for denial? Or would it just have robbed everyone of the only small objective record that she'd ever existed in that doorway? There's a phrase people like to use when they talk about video evidence: the camera doesn't lie. It does. All the time. It crops out context. It blurs motive. It turns complex lives into 10-second clips and lets strangers vote on what those clips mean. The only thing it doesn't lie about is this time passed and something happened in front of it. I found myself imagining more than once Sharon's final moments, not in cinematic terms, but in ring terms. The inside of her house, the argument cresting and breaking, the thud, the stillness, and outside the camera still rolling. No one in frame, just rain on the roof. The soft, constant hiss of the heater vent in the background as it kicked on to maintain the preset temperature. That was what haunted me, the idea of violence exploding inside four walls, while the little doorbell outside kept calmly, indifferently documenting the sound of somebody's central air system doing its job. A week after her funeral, if you can call what they did a funeral, more of a hushed gathering with bad coffee and people trying not to stare at Peter's name when it was mentioned, I got an email I almost deleted without reading. Subject line: transform your home today. The sender was some generic home renovation company I'd never heard of. The logo looked like it had been designed by a bored cousin. I hovered over the trash icon, then stupidly opened it. The body was exactly what you would expect. Is your house ready for a makeover? Trusted professionals. Quality you can see. At the top was a stock photo. A man in a tool belt, standing in a bright, half-finished kitchen, smiling at the camera with a drill in his hand. There was nothing concrete tying him to anything. It wasn't Peter. I knew that. It was a model. A face picked out of a catalog. But the build was the same. Same thick shoulders under a work shirt. Same slightly receding hairline cut short. Same way the weight sat in his middle. Even the stance, 1 foot a little forward, body turned 3/4 toward the lens, felt familiar. For a second, my stomach turned my brain, throwing his image against the memory of Peter walking out of Sharon's house. Then I looked at the signature again. Different name, different company, generic graphic design. The rational part of me said coincidence. The world is full of similar-looking men in tool belts. This is nothing. Another part quieter, but no less present, said his image is still out there. Not just his specifically. The type, the silhouette, the role, contractor, guy with tools. Man you let into your home because the house needs fixing and you don't know how to do it yourself. It felt like even in my inbox, even in the safe digital space where horror should just be scary headlines from other states, the outline of what he'd done was still floating around, attaching itself to stock photos and ad copy. I closed the email and deleted it. Then I opened my Ring app, without meaning to, almost like a tick, and checked my live view. My porch appeared on the screen. Empty. The mat. The door. The faint reflection of my own living room light in the glass. Somewhere under all that, buried in the memory of the circuits, were the clips that had turned my house from "this is where I live" into "this is where things could happen." The contract I had never signed with Peter was one kind of near miss. The contract I had signed with the camera installing it, turning it on, letting it watch, felt like another. One I wasn't sure I could ever get out of. 5:1. The knock. I thought I knew. It was a Thursday, close enough to midnight that the house had already decided what kind of night it was going to be. The TV was on its low late setting, some crime show rerun, rolling through an episode I'd seen so many times the dialogue might as well have been wallpaper. One lamp was on beside the couch, casting a warm pool of light that did not quite reach the hallway. Everything else was a gradient of shadow. By then, I knew my street's rhythms a little too well. The neighbor, 2 houses down, had a husband who worked late shifts, and his schedule had become part of my internal clock. Between 11:30 and midnight, you could almost always count on hearing his car roll slowly down the street, headlights sweeping across the blinds in a familiar arc, followed by the dull slam of his door and the faint, tired jangle of his keys. Sometimes, his arrival would trigger my Ring. I'd get a motion alert, check the feed, and see him walking up his own path, shoulders slumped, lunchbox in hand. Over time, that pattern filed itself under safe noise in my head, like the compressor on my fridge or the AC kicking on. So when the doorbell chimed that night, my first thought was not that anything was wrong. It should have been, because the sound was off. The Ring chime inside the house is usually clean and bright, a neat digital ding that slices through whatever else is happening and lands perfectly in your ear. This time, it sounded warped. like someone had taken that same chime and run it through a bad speaker. The pitch was right, but there was a slight fuzz around the edges, a tiny crackle at the tail end, like the note had snagged on something on its way out of the device. If you'd never heard it before, you wouldn't have noticed. I had heard it 1,000 times. My brain registered the difference and then unhelpfully smoothed it out. Habit is stronger than instinct more often than we want to admit. The sound went into the doorbell bucket in my head before the "that's weird" alarm had a chance to fully form. I should have checked the app first. That had become my routine. Hear the chime, feel the phone vibrate, grab it off the table, glance at the live view. Decide from the relative safety of the couch whether the person on my porch was a delivery a neighbor or something else. This time, muscle memory got there first. The remote slid off my chest and thumped onto the cushion as I pushed myself up. The lamp cast my shadow long across the rug. The coolness of the hardwood registered under my bare feet with every step toward the hallway. I didn't look for the phone. I didn't feel it buzz. It might have. I honestly don't remember. I was already in that half-awake autopilot where your body knows the route to the door better than your thoughts do. The house felt different when I left the shallow pool of lamplight. The hallway always does at night longer somehow. The air cooler, the faint green glow of the thermostat at the far end, the only other light source like a distant exit sign in a tunnel. As I approached the entryway, I could see the outline of the front door against the darker rectangle of the night beyond. The frosted glass in the side light captured a smear of my porch light, turning the outside world into vague shapes and shadows. I paused, with my hand on the deadbolt. For a split second, the last 6 months tried to elbow their way into consciousness. The girl on someone else's porch, the X on Maple Ridge, the box, the goat, the hammer, all the nights I'd stared at strangers through a screen instead of standing this close to the actual wood. I could have turned around. I could have stepped back, grabbed my phone, and done the thing I'd trained myself to do. Instead, I turned the lock. The deadbolt gave that small, familiar clack, a sound that had once meant safe to me and now sounded more like the punctuation at the end of a bad decision. My fingers curled around the knob. The metal was cool from the night air seeping through. I twisted and felt the latch retract a tiny shift inside the door that I could feel through the bones of my hand. I pulled the door inward just a few inches, enough to see out. Not enough, I told myself, for anyone to force their way in if they tried. That was the lie anyway. Doors don't really care about inches when momentum is involved. There's a moment right when you crack a door open in the middle of the night, when your eyes and your brain scramble to sync up. The porch light spilled in, throwing a thin band of yellow across my entryway, lighting up the edge of the mat, the baseboards my own bare toes. The outside air slid over my skin, cooler than the house, carrying the faint smell of cut grass car exhaust and something else I tried not to name. And there, in that narrow opening between my door and the frame, was a face I had never seen before. She was maybe in her 30s, maybe her 40s. It was hard to tell. Her hair was messy in a way that didn't look deliberate strands sticking out at odd angles. The front slightly damp, like she'd pushed it off her forehead with a sweaty hand. Her eyes were the first thing I really registered. Wide, glassy, the pupils too large for the amount of light on the porch, swallowing most of the color. They had that unfocused intensity you see on people in ER waiting rooms and mugshots fixed on you, and 1,000 miles past you at the same time. Her lips were parted mid-breath, as if she had been about to speak before the door opened, like I'd caught her in the middle of a sentence to an empty slab of wood. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other. There's a catalog of things you expect a stranger on your doorstep at midnight to say, running from sorry, wrong house, to I need help, to did you see anything weird on the street? All of them start with context apology plea. She didn't give me any of that. In that single stretched out second, other details hit me in fragments. The smell, for one, not the usual mix of night air and someone's detergent drifting off a hoodie. There was sweat, sharp and sour, fresh enough that it cut through everything else. Underneath that, something chemical sweet, almost with a rotten edge like old nail polish remover, or a spilled cleaning agent left to dry. Her clothes didn't match the smell. She wore a plain zip-up jacket over a t-shirt, both unremarkable, both the kind of thing you could wear to a grocery store and not stand out. No blood, no dirt, no obvious sign of injury. If you had seen her at noon, under fluorescent lights pushing a cart down an aisle, you might not have remembered her at all. Here, in the yellow cone of my porch lamp, at the crack of my door, she was unforgettable. My mouth started to form a question. Can I help you? Because my brain was still trying to pretend this was a normal late-night confusion. Wrong address. Lost Uber. Neighbor of someone I hadn't met yet. She spoke first. Her voice was flat, in a way that did not match her eyes. No tremble, no obvious panic. The words didn't rush out. They didn't stumble, like she was afraid or drunk. They sounded practiced, like she'd said them before. She looked right into me pupils, swallowing the reflection of my porch light, and said in an almost conversational tone, "Found you." 5.2. When a door becomes a barrier, you can hear. I did not think about it. My body yanked the door shut before my brain could finish processing the words she had used. Found. The edge of the door slammed into the frame with a heavy full-body thud that I felt all the way up my arm. The peephole rattled a tiny glass clink inside the wood. The deadbolt, still unlatched, slid back into place from the momentum, then bounced, leaving the door, technically closed, but not locked. I threw the lock with a shaking hand. This time, the click did not sound satisfying. It sounded small. For half a second, everything on my side of the door was terribly, perfectly quiet. The lamp in the living room spilled light down the hallway. The TV screen flickered silently in the corner of my vision. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears, a deep, fast drumbeat that drowned out almost everything else. Then she hit the door. The first blow was with her fist, I think, knuckles on wood. It made a dull, flat boom, not as loud as it felt, but sharp enough to bounce around the narrow space of the entryway. "Hey!" she shouted. The sound came through the door, muffled, distorted by insulation and wood, the way voices sound underwater. "Hey, open up!" She hit it again. The door shivered in the frame. The peephole rattled again. You learn in moments like that a front door is not really a wall. It is a drum. Every impact passed straight through it, into the studs, into the air, into my chest. I backed away one step, then another, until my shoulder blades met the hallway wall. The space between me and the door suddenly felt both too small and too huge. She switched tones fast, like someone flipping through radio stations. "Please," she said, and the words stretched high and thin. Then lower, angry, "Open it. I know you're there. Open the door." Each sentence hit between blows. The impacts changed too. After the first few, the dull thuds sharpened. She was hitting it with something harder now, maybe the side of her fist, maybe an object. Each strike sent a hollow boom into the house, like someone slamming a bat into a closet door. My whole entryway vibrated. My ribs felt it. It took me a horrifyingly long couple of seconds to remember my phone. It was still on the coffee table where I'd left it, black screen reflecting the lamp. I forced my legs to move every step away from the door, feeling like both a retreat and a mistake. Another blow hit while I was halfway down the hall. Boom. Let me in. The word came through cracked and hot. I snatched the phone off the table with clumsy fingers and thumbed it awake. There at the top of the screen was the notification I should have checked before I ever touched the lock. Motion detected at your front door. No kidding. I tapped it. The live view opened, and for a second, all I saw was chaos. The fisheye lens warped everything, the frame jostling slightly with each impact as the door shook under her hits. She was pressed right up against the camera, now angled slightly, one shoulder braced against the wood. Her face filled most of the image. Up close through the ring, she looked worse. Her skin was flushed red patches blooming under the porch light. Sweat shone at her hairline, darkening strands that clung to her forehead. Her pupils, even in the washed-out camera image, were huge, swallowing most of the iris. Her mouth moved constantly, words spilling out in a messy, overlapping line that the mic struggled to keep up with. Open it, open it, open it. I know you're in there. Let me in, come on. Come on. Her breath was loud, ragged, blowing into the mic in short, wet bursts. Every time she grabbed the handle and twisted the phone, speaker spat out the metallic rattle of it, turning as far as the locked latch would allow. The sound made my stomach twist. From my side of the door, the handle was perfectly still. She slammed her palm against the panel again. The camera shuddered, the fisheye bending her face into something even more wrong for a moment before it snapped back. I realized distantly that I was standing in my own living room, holding my phone in both hands like a talisman, while 10 feet away, a stranger tried to beat her way inside. I backed up again until my knees met the couch, and I sat down hard. The shift in height made my vision swim. Call 911. My brain finally said, in a voice that sounded like it belonged to someone else. I fumbled to the home screen, hit the numbers by muscle memory, pressed the phone to my ear. 911. What is your emergency? I started, my voice coming out higher than I expected. I swallowed, tried again. There's a woman at my front door. She's trying to get in. I don't know her. Are you inside the house now? The dispatcher asked. Voice calm. Practiced. Yes. Is your door locked? Yes. Do you see any weapons? I glanced at the screen. In the live feed, she had both hands on the handle, now twisting and yanking her shoulder, jamming into the door between pulls. I didn't see anything in her hands, just knuckles gone white and nails scraping along the paint when she slipped. I don't see anything, I said. Do you recognize her? No. Another boom hit as she threw herself against the door again. The phone picked it up twice, once through the mic from outside, once through the bones of my house. Stay on the line with me, the dispatcher said. Officers are on their way. Do not open the door. On the screen, the woman jerked the handle again, violently enough that the whole door shook in its frame. I could hear the creak of the porch boards under her shifting weight, the wood complaining under the strain. Her nails made a horrible sound when she raked them down the panel, a dry, scraping hiss that cut through me more than the pounding. Little crescents of chipped polish flashed as her fingers dragged past the camera's view. Let me in, she yelled, voice breaking. I know you're in there. I know you hear me. The dispatcher's voice in my ear sounded very far away. Is she saying anything else? I almost laughed. It came out as a shaky exhale instead. She keeps saying, open it, I said. She said, found you, when I opened the door. I don't know her. I swear, I don't know her. Okay, the dispatcher said. You're doing fine. Stay away from the door. Are there any other exits she could reach? No, I said. Just the front. And the windows. I heard the word windows, right as she seemed to get tired of the door. The pounding stopped. The sudden absence of impact made the house feel somehow louder. My own breathing sounded too big. The TV, still on mute, flashed images of actors arguing in silence. On the screen, she stepped back panting. Her chest rose and fell fast, her eyes still locked on the door, like she could see through it. Then she moved out of frame. I bolted upright. She's moving, I said. She's going around. Can you see her now? The dispatcher asked. I rushed down the hall, far enough to see the front of the house from an angle keeping close to the interior wall. I did not go to the window. My mind supplied too many clips of other people making that mistake. The ring feed showed my porch empty for a second, then caught her again as she came back into view at the edge heading toward the front window. She leaned toward the glass face turned away from the camera, now hands cupped around her eyes to block the reflection. The mic picked up the faint squeak of her skin on the pane. From inside, I saw the faint blur of her shadow cross the wall as she pressed her forehead to the glass. Her voice, now slightly more distant from the doorbell, but still clear, dropped into a murmur. Wrong house again, she said, almost to herself. Maybe. No. The way she said again made something cold slide down my spine, like she'd done this before. Not here, maybe, but somewhere. She stayed at the window for a few more seconds, whispering things I couldn't make out through the layers of glass and drywall, then stepped back. In the live feed, I watched her turn in a slow circle in my yard, scanning the houses up and down the street. Her head moved in quick little jerks, like she was aligning some mental map with what she saw. Officers are approaching your street now, the dispatcher said in my ear. You may hear sirens. Do not open the door until they identify themselves. As if on cue, distantly, the faint wail of a siren threaded itself into the night. It grew louder, then cut, leaving only the low growl of an engine. On the screen, the woman's head snapped toward the corner. She said something I couldn't catch a short, angry syllable, then moved out of frame again, fast this time. I hovered in the hallway, phone pressed to my earring feed, still open lungs burning from breaths I didn't remember taking. From outside, through the walls, I heard the crunch of tires on asphalt as the patrol car turned into the cul-de-sac. Footsteps on concrete, a shouted police. The dispatcher told me to stay put to wait. That was when I heard the knock, not from the porch, from behind me. A soft three-part tap from somewhere deeper in the hallway. Not loud, not urgent, just answering. Like something in the house had decided that since someone was knocking from the outside, it should respond from the inside. 5.3, the police, and the echo. The knock on the inside of the hallway had barely finished vibrating through the wall when the real pounding started up front. Police. The word came through the door in a clipped, practiced bark, completely different from the chaos of her voice a minute earlier. Tires on asphalt, radio crackle, boots on concrete. My house suddenly existed in a different kind of soundscape, one I'd only heard filtered through other people's cameras until now. I forced myself down the hallway, every step, feeling like it belonged to someone else. The little green glow of the thermostat, the familiar scuff on the baseboard, the framed print I kept meaning to straighten. They all looked like props, things you'd see for half a second in the background of someone else's crime scene footage. "Sir, this is the police. Can you come to the door?" This time I checked the peephole first. It felt like a small act of sanity. Two uniforms stood on my porch hands, visible shoulders squared. Their patrol car idled at the curb headlights, washing my lawn in cold light. Beyond them, the street looked almost peaceful. No neighbors in sight, just the quiet curve of the cul-de-sac, trying to pretend it was still a normal weeknight. I unlocked the deadbolt with fingers that did not feel steady. The click sounded too loud. I opened the door just far enough to show my face, the chain I'd installed months ago, finally doing something other than decorate the frame. "You the one who called?" the older officer asked. "Yeah," I said. My voice came out hoarse. She was right here." I stepped back to let them in if they wanted. They didn't. One stayed at my door, the other moved off to the side, speaking into his radio. Over his shoulder, I saw her. She was standing at the edge of my yard near the sidewalk between my house and the neighbors. No longer pounding, no longer clawing at the door. Calm. Her hands were at her sides. Her shoulders had dropped. Her hair still looked wild, but her posture was almost relaxed now, like she'd just been taking a late walk and happened to be interrupted. The body cam footage I saw later made that moment look even stranger. Someone on the street got it through a records request and, of course, posted the edited version. Their upload started with the officers already walking up my path, my house looming in the center of the frame porch, light on, door closed. When I opened it, the camera caught the slice of my living room behind me, lamp TV couch, everything looking almost normal except for me. I looked wrong. My eyes were too wide, my shoulders too tight, my t-shirt damp at the collar. Behind me, the neatly folded blanket on the couch and the remote on the cushion made it look like I'd just been watching a movie. You could almost forget there'd been fists on the door and her voice screaming through the wood 30 seconds earlier. The body cam swung as the officer turned to her. She was framed by my neighbor's dark yard porch light off the outline of a bush behind her. In the harsh lens, she looked less like a horror movie intruder and more like a tired woman at the wrong bus stop. "Ma'am, what's going on tonight?" the officer asked. "I was looking for a friend," she said. Her voice was smooth now, almost bored. I thought this was her house. Her tone had none of the panic, none of the feral edge I'd heard through my door. It was eerie, like listening to a dubbed line over a different performance. "Do you know this resident?" She shook her head once. "I thought it was someone else's place." I got mixed up. "I'm fine now." She did not look at the camera. She did not look at me. Even when the officer gestured toward my door and mentioned my name, her gaze slid past my house like it was just another shape on the block. They talked to her for a few minutes. The video blurred out some of its names, addresses, anything that might identify her too directly. The important part stayed. She was compliant. She did not fight. She did not run. Eventually, they guided her toward the patrol car. The body cam angle turned shaky as the officer walked with her, the frame catching the side of my house, the edge of my porch. The small rectangle of my camera above the door, all watching them go. The car doors shut, with two dull thuds that bounced off the siding. The engine revved, then receded as they pulled away, red, and blue lights, splashing briefly across my blinds one last time before disappearing. And then silence. Real silence. Not the kind laced with screams or pounding or frantic breathing. Just the small night sounds again. Compressors kicking on someone closing a distant garage door. A dog's collar jingling faintly somewhere down the block. In the moment, it did not feel peaceful. I closed my door, locked it a second time as if that did anything, and leaned my forehead against the wood. My whole body was buzzing, like I'd stepped off a treadmill that wasn't there. The house looked exactly the same as it had before the doorbell rang. Lamp still on TV, still throwing soft, light coffee mug on the table half full and cold. I sat on the couch and realized my hands were still shaking. I did not sleep that night. I left every light I owned on the lamp, the overhead, even the kitchen under cabinet strip I usually hated for making everything look too harsh. Shadows felt like invitations. Every creak of the house became an accusation. The soft pop of the walls contracting as the temperature dropped. Someone leaning on the other side of the door. The faint crack of wood in the hallway. The echo of that gentle knock from inside. The refrigerator's compressor starting up breath against the peephole. At some point near dawn, my body must have stolen an hour of unconsciousness, because the next thing I remember clearly is sunlight pushing around the blinds and my phone buzzing on the table. The notification wasn't from Ring. It was from a city portal I'd forgotten I'd signed up for when I moved in some bland official email address that usually sent out recycling reminders and road closure notices. Subject incident follow-up. Welfare call. Case number. My name was in the body. My address, the date. It was a canned update, the kind they probably send to everyone who calls for help and then doesn't know what happens after the cruiser drives away. The key line was short. Subject was transported to a medical facility for evaluation. No criminal charges filed at this time. Released to a hospital. No charges. I sat there reading that line over and over, thinking about her nails on my door, the way she twisted the handle like she was trying to peel it off, the word "found" falling out of her mouth like it had been waiting for this exact house. I told myself it was better this way. If she was sick, she needed treatment, not a cell. That was the kind of thing decent people said. It did not make my front door feel any thicker. That night, with the adrenaline faded into a thin, vibrating exhaustion, I told myself I would watch the footage, once save it, and then try, probably fail to move on. I sat at the kitchen table, with my laptop open, headphones and the lights dimmed just enough to see the screen clearly. The file name looked ordinary. Front door, 234812. Nothing in the numerical timestamp hinted that this was the worst few minutes my porch had seen so far. I hit play. I forced myself to watch the whole sequence. Her stepping into frame. Me opening the door. The slam. The pounding. The handle jerking. Her at the window muttering about the wrong house again. The arrival of the patrol car at the edge of the frame. When I got to the beginning again, I dragged the timeline back to just before she appeared. This time, I focused on the sound. The first seconds of any Ring clip are always mostly static, compressor noise. Wind hiss, a distant faint hum. In the moment, over the speaker on my phone, I hadn't noticed anything unusual. Through good headphones in a quiet house, it was different. I turned the volume up until the hiss sat right behind my eyes. There, the whisper of night air around the microphone. A little gust. A small, high whine from the porch light transformer. Then, right as her shoulder slid into the left edge of the frame, I heard it. A word. Not from outside. Not filtered by wood or distance from inside the mic. It was faint but clear enough that my stomach dropped. My own voice, or something that sounded very much like it. Low, urgent, buried in the noise floor like a message taped under a desk. Don't open. It was only 2 syllables. The don't was sharper, the open blurred by the fact that her first knock landed a half beat later, overlapping it. But it was there. I knew I hadn't said it out loud. When she first appeared, I had been on the couch, head-lifting body, moving toward the hallway. My mouth hadn't had time to form words yet. The only noise I'd made was the rustle of the blanket sliding off my legs. The doorbell mic had no access to the inside of my living room. It should not have been able to pick up anything from me unless I was practically shouting at the door. And yet, there it was, my own voice, or a good impression of it, telling me not to do the thing I'd already done. I sat there for a long time, fingers hovering over the trackpad, replaying that 1-second window. Hiss, electrical whine, don't open, knock. Later, because apparently my appetite for self-torture had no bottom, I went hunting through older clips. I told myself I was just curious. That was the word I used, curious, as if I were checking a weather pattern. I pulled up the girl's video, the one from my neighbor's door, the little figure in the oversized hoodie begging for help at 2 in the morning. It wasn't my camera, but the audio profile was the same ring signature, same algorithms, same compression. I scrubbed to the moment just before her first knock. Static, wind, the distant swish of a passing car. I turned the volume up, way up. There, buried even deeper than before, almost erased by the grain of digital noise, was half a word. Not the whole phrase this time. Not both syllables. Just the start. Don't cut off by the first tiny rap of her knuckles on the door. It could have been anything. A glitch. A fragment of some other audio the app had badly stitched together. A random consonant formed by overlapping frequencies. If I had found it at any other point in my life, I might have laughed at myself and closed the laptop. Sitting there in a house that had heard more than it had seen and recorded more than I wanted to know, it didn't feel random. It felt like my camera had been hearing an echo long before I learned how to listen. 6. 1. The girl upstairs and the man on the sidewalk. If you live in an apartment long enough, you get used to the extra set of sounds that come with sharing walls and ceilings. Footsteps, muffled music, the occasional dropped something that hits the floor with a specific, oh, that broke thud. When I moved into the duplex, I thought the upstairs noise would bother me more than it did. My upstairs neighbor was a young woman, mid-20s, maybe always dressed in whatever trend I only recognized from store displays. I never learned what she did for a living exactly. I didn't have to. The balcony told me enough. At strange hours, midnight, on a Tuesday, 6 in the morning, on a Saturday, a bright circle of artificial daylight would bloom on her balcony. A ring light clamped to the railing, facing inward. I'd see her through the slats if I stepped outside at the wrong moment, phone on a tripod, hair pulled forward over one shoulder, talking into the lens with a practiced smile. Sometimes it was dance stuff, quick movements, arm arcs, feet tapping on the boards above my head. Sometimes it was talking hand gestures, punctuating whatever point she was making to strangers on the internet. The first time I saw the ring light flare to life, I thought something electrical had blown. By the fifth, it was just another part of the building's heartbeat. I assumed naively that meant I existed completely off her radar. Downstairs, Guy quiet pays rent, has groceries delivered more often than he should. The day her mother knocked on my door changed that. It was a Sunday afternoon, sunlight leaking in around the blinds, the house smelling faintly of coffee, and the reheated slice of pizza I was pretending was lunch. The knock was soft, polite, not the frantic pounding I'd come to associate with danger, just 3 measured taps. I checked the app this time. Small victory. The live view showed a woman in her 50s standing on my porch, hands folded in front of her. She looked like a slightly older version of my upstairs neighbor. Same eyes, same jaw hair streaked with gray, pulled back into a low ponytail. No mask, no paper plate, no goat. I opened the door with the chain still on. "Hi," she said immediately, offering a quick apologetic smile. "I'm Emily's mom from upstairs. I'm so sorry to bother you." I'd heard my neighbor's name in passing, shouted up from the sidewalk by friends. It sounded strange coming in through the doorway. "That's okay," I said. "Everything all right?" She hesitated, eyes flicking briefly to the little camera mounted by my door, like she was reminding herself why she was here. "I was wondering," she said, lowering her voice a little as if the camera could eavesdrop more than it already did. "Do you know if your doorbell catches any of the front sidewalk? Like down toward the driveway?" "Some of it," I said. "Depends on the angle." Why, her smile dropped just a fraction. "We think someone might have been following Emily," she said. "She thought she saw a guy walking behind her a few nights ago late. When she got to the building, he kept going, but..." She trailed off, then shook her head quickly. "Sorry. I just thought if your camera picked anything up, maybe." By then, my answer was a given. "Come in," I said, unhooking the chain. "We can check." We ended up in the living room, 3 people watching the same screen, me, Emily, and her mother. Emily came down a few minutes after her mom, ring light off for once, hair in a messy bun, wearing an oversized sweatshirt and leggings. Without the balcony and the fake sunshine, she looked smaller, more like a tired kid than a content machine. I pulled the Ring history onto the TV with a cheap little casting device, thinking somehow that the bigger screen would make what we were doing feel more serious. It mostly just made everything worse. We scrolled back through the last few nights, around the time she usually got home, between 1 and 3 in the morning, depending on whatever she did in the city after filming her videos. There was the usual junk Amazon deliveries, a raccoon that had decided my porch was part of its route, a neighbor's kid running up to drop a misdelivered letter. Then we saw him. He first appeared at the far right edge of the frame, just barely within the camera's field of view, a man in a hoodie, hands stuffed deep in the front pocket, walking slowly down the sidewalk that ran past our shared driveway. The hood was up. The color was hard to make out in night vision, bleached by the infrared into generic gray. He moved with that specific aimless purpose that makes your instincts twitch too slow to be just getting somewhere, too focused to be wandering. He reached the driveway and stopped. All 3 of us leaned forward a little. He turned his head and looked up past my door, past my dark window to the balcony above, to her window. On the audio, we could hear the light tap of his shoes on the pavement as he shifted his weight. The mic caught the faint zip of his hoodie as he adjusted it, fingers brushing the fabric near his throat. A car drove by behind him, headlights trailing across the neighbor's fence engine, humming softly. It didn't slow down. The man stood there for a few seconds, head tilted, staring upward. "Is that him?" I asked. Emily's mother didn't answer. Emily did. "Yeah," she said quietly. That's the same kind of hoodie. He was behind me on Elm. I thought he was just going the same way. Then when I turned to cut down our street, he slowed down. I rushed the last bit. By the time I got the door open, he was... She gestured vaguely. Did he say anything, I asked. No, she said. Just walked, and then stopped. We watched as he finally tore his gaze away from the upstairs unit and looked toward the front door. Not mine exactly, more the space between the doors, like he was deciding which one mattered. Then he turned and walked out of frame back the way he'd come. The three of us sat in my living room for a moment, listening to the sound of his footsteps fading the mic's hiss, filling the gap. We should call the police, her mother said. We did. The conversation was familiar. I'd heard versions of it in other people's clips. They asked for descriptions. We gave them hoodie average height hands and pockets. They asked if he'd tried to force entry, if he'd said anything threatening, if he'd touched anyone. No, no, no. Okay. The officer on the non-emergency line said, "We'll make a note of it. If you see him again, or he does anything, call us right away." After we hung up, Emily's mom suggested cameras of their own. Emily admitted she'd been meaning to set one up, just hadn't gotten around to it. I almost offered to install it myself, but the thought of personally screwing another unblinking eye into this place made my skin crawl. Instead, we did the only thing we could. We tried to make it harder for him to move around unseen. Her mom brought over a bag of old cans washed and strung together with twine like a makeshift alarm system. We rigged them near the side gate, balanced in a way that meant one good bump would send them clattering loudly to the ground. I dug out a length of rope and ran it low across a section of the yard tied between two stakes. Not enough to seriously hurt anyone, but enough to make them stumble if they weren't watching where they stepped in the dark. We all agreed it felt ridiculous. We all did it anyway. For a week, nothing happened. No new clips of the man in the hoodie. No late-night footsteps. No strange cars idling at the curb. Emily kept filming her balcony videos. The ring light glowed and died at odd hours. Her mom texted me twice to say thanks again, and once more to say maybe it was nothing. The cans stayed stacked. The rope stayed taut. My ring history filled with the usual nonsense delivery drivers, neighborhood cats, a gust of wind sending a leaf skittering across the porch, close enough to trigger motion detection. I started to relax just a little. The human brain can't stay at red alert forever. It eventually downgrades everything back to yellow, then to whatever passes for normal. Then at 2:07 a.m. on a Tuesday, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I was actually in bed for once, not on the couch. The TV was off. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that had once bothered me and now felt like a thin blanket, better than nothing but not quite warm enough. The vibration dragged me out of a shallow, twitchy sleep. I rolled over, blinking, and grabbed the phone more out of reflex than urgency. The notification at the top of the screen was not the one I usually saw. Motion detected in your backyard. My backyard. Not the porch. Not the driveway. The camera I'd installed back there was almost an afterthought, pointed mostly at the fence and the patch of grass I rarely used more to keep an eye on raccoons than anything else. It had never sent me an alert in the middle of the night before. The adrenaline came back like it had never left. I tapped the notification with a finger that had gone cold. The live view opened. The backyard appeared washed out in infrared fence-patchy grass, the shadow of the upstairs balcony hanging over part of it like a lid. The cans near the gate were still neatly stacked. The rope was a faint pale line across the lower part of the frame. And in the middle of all that, directly under the upstairs bedroom window, stood a man in a hoodie, hands in pockets, head tilted back, staring upward. The hood obscured most of his face, but the angle made it worse. He was so focused on the window above that he didn't seem to register the camera at all. His chest rose and fell slowly, each breath visible in the way his shoulders shifted. The mic picked up the sound of it, deep, steady inhalations, too loud and close for comfort. Not frantic, not panicked, just deliberate. He didn't move. He didn't look around. He just stood there under her room, breathing like he was waiting for something only he could see. 6.2, the second visit, and the rope. For a second, I just stared at the screen. The backyard I never used, the cheap fence, the shadow of the balcony, and a man standing exactly where you would stand if you were trying to see into the upstairs bedroom without being too obvious from the street. He did not pace. He did not check his phone. He just stood there, head tilted back, breathing. The mic picked it up as a slow, deliberate in-out, loud enough that it felt like it was happening next to my ear instead of 30 feet behind my house. Every exhale carried that faint roughness you hear from people who smoke too much or who have been running just a little and will not admit it. I realized my hand was still resting on the bed, fingers digging into the blanket. I hadn't moved anything but my eyes. The first impulse was to hit record in the app, as if the camera wasn't already doing that. The second was to call 911. The third was to run outside and scream at him, which is how people in horror movies die in the first 20 minutes. What I actually did first was tap the little screen record icon on my phone out of sheer reflex. There was something about capturing my own view, the live feed, my own lagging reactions, the timestamp at the top that made it feel like I was taking control, even if I wasn't. A second little red dot appeared in the corner of my phone, recording the other little red dot the Ring app uses when it's logging an event. Two machines watching each other watch him. Down in the yard, he shifted. He took a small step forward, closer to the wall, craning his neck to see more of the window. The motion pulled his hood back just enough to show more of his face. He glanced down. His foot caught the rope. The sound of it was small, but sharp, a quick scrape as his shoe dragged over the line instead of clearing it rubber on rough fiber. For a heartbeat, his body tried to keep going forward while his foot stayed behind. Then physics won. He stumbled hard. His knee hit the grass with a muted thud, followed almost instantly by another impact, a slightly higher pitched thunk, like someone else had dropped onto the ground half a beat after him. It all blended into what should have been one clumsy crash, but it wasn't. It was staggered. A muttered curse slipped out of him, the mic catching the shape of the word, even if the consonants blurred. He pushed himself up, and that was when the camera caught his face. Full on. For the first time, he wasn't just a profile in a hoodie or a silhouette on the sidewalk. He looked directly into the lens as he straightened eyes, narrowed jaw, clenched. He had one of those faces that would disappear in a crowd medium build. Light stubble, no obvious scars or tattoos, hair shaved short on the sides. Ordinary. If I passed him at Walmart, I would not have looked twice. Seeing him here under a bedroom window at 2:07 a.m. made him unforgettable. He stared into the camera for maybe half a second, like he was trying to decide whether he recognized it, whether he'd noticed it before, whether he cared. "Jesus," I whispered, which the phone mercifully did not pick up. My thumb hovered over the 911 button, then veered to my contacts instead. I called upstairs. It rang twice, long enough for my heart to go through another cycle, and for the man on the screen to glance back up at the window again, breathing hard. Emily answered on the third ring voice, thick with sleep. "Hello, do not move," I said. "Stay away from your window. There's someone in the yard." That woke her. "But I'm watching him on my camera," I said. "He's under your window. I'm calling your mom next. Just don't go near the glass." There was a sharp inhale on the other end. Then, "Okay." No argument, no questions, just that one word. I hung up and called her mother, who was staying over that week, just in case, which suddenly felt like the only smart decision anyone had made in months. She picked up on the first ring. "What's wrong?" "He's back," I said. "In the yard. Under her window. I'm calling the police, but you need to make it clear somebody's awake." "I'm on it," she said, and hung up without another word. On the screen, the man had recovered from the trip. He took another step toward the wall, more careful now, eyes flicking briefly toward the ground where the rope lay. He'd seen it. He lifted his foot higher this time, clearing the line, and reached a hand toward the siding like he was testing for footholds. I imagined him planning the next step, handoff from wood to balcony rail fingers on the edge of the upstairs floor. That was when the bedroom light snapped on. The sudden spill of bright warm light from above cut across the yard like a spotlight. The camera adjusted image, flickering as the sensor tried to balance the new brightness with the dark. A second later, there was a sharp, deliberate banging from above, 3-4 solid hits on the inside of the window glass. From my angle, all I saw was the glow in a vague shape moving behind the curtains. From his angle, it must have looked like the house waking up all at once. He jolted. His head snapped upward. For a frozen fraction of a second, his face tilted perfectly toward the balcony, toward the window, toward the camera's upper edge. His eyes went wider no longer, the slow, predatory gaze of someone watching an unlit room, but the startled look of a man caught in headlights. Then he bolted. He turned and ran fast. The backyard, which had felt so still a moment ago, became a blur of motion. His shoes pounded across the grass in 2 hard strides, then hit the section of dirt near the gate with a duller double impact as he stumbled again, half catching himself on the fence. This time, he cleared the rope, but the sound it made those 2 impacts slightly out of sync stuck in my head. It didn't sound like one set of feet. The cans near the gate rattled as he brushed past them, one tumbling down with a metallic clatter that echoed off the fence and into the mic. The camera caught him only in fragments. Now a shoulder here, the back of his hoodie. There, then nothing, as he slipped out of frame and into the alley behind the fence. He disappeared as if he'd fallen through a hole in the video. My thumb finally hit 911. By the time the police arrived, the yard was empty. No hoodie, no man, just the rope line still stretched tight, and one can lying on its side near the gate, slowly rolling to a stop. They walked the perimeter with flashlights' beams slicing through the dark. One of them stepped right over the rope and almost tripped, shooting me a look that said more than any reprimand could have. We gave statements. Again. I showed them the recording, both the original ring clip and the janky screen record, with my own curses and half sentences layered on top. They asked the usual questions. Do you recognize him? No. Has he tried your door? Not that I know of. Any reason he'd be looking for you? No. Emily and her mother answered their own versions upstairs. They knew as little as I did. The guy was a shadow that had gotten too close to the light for a moment and then vanished. The officers took copies of the footage, promised to run it through, and left us with the standard advice. Keep the videos. Keep the doors locked. Call if he comes back. They still could not identify him. For a few weeks after that, the ring light on the balcony stayed dark. The upstairs window, once a revolving backdrop for makeup tutorials and story times and whatever else her followers wanted, turned into a blank square at night. No silhouettes, no glow. Just another dark shape on the side of the house. Within a month, she was gone. One afternoon, I came home to see a moving truck in the driveway and boxes stacked on the lawn. Emily carried down the last of her things: lamps, clothes, a stack of flattened cardboard. Her mother oversaw it quietly, eyes flicking every so often to the fence line. We said a polite goodbye in the parking lot. None of us mentioned the man. None of us had to. After they left, the upstairs unit stayed empty for a long time. The for rent sign sat in the yard like a question no one wanted to answer. At night, the space above my ceiling felt heavier, an absence that somehow weighed more than all the footsteps and ring light sessions that had filled it before. I kept coming back to the sound of him tripping. Not the curse, those all blur together after a while. Not the cans rattling, though. That noise jumped me awake in my dreams for a week. The double thud. The way his shoe hit the ground, and then a hair's breadth of time later something else did too. It nagged at me enough that I pulled the clip into the same bare-bones audio editor I'd used for the lullaby and the whispers. I told myself I was being thorough, curious. Whatever word makes obsessed sound more reasonable. I isolated the section where he stumbled, blotted out as much of the background hiss as I could, without warping it completely. Then I switched to the spectrogram view, the one that turns sound into a heat map of color and frequency. Most of the clip was what you'd expect, a smear of blues and greens at the low end, where the night noise lived thin yellow streaks, where his steps landed a bright pulse when the can hit metal. The stumble was different. The first thud showed up as a vertical band, a quick bright line stretching from low to mid frequencies, the signature of a solid foot hitting earth. Right next to it, almost overlapping, but not quite, was another band. Slightly weaker, slightly lower. If you zoomed out, it looked like one event. Zoom in far enough you could see the gap. A fraction of a second, a double strike. 2 steps, but only one man. You can explain that away. Echo. Vibration through the fence. Compression artifact. Audio does weird things when you feed it through cheap hardware and bad software. I almost left it at that, until I looked at the breathing. I hadn't planned to. My attention was on the stumble. But once the spectrogram was open, his inhalations and exhalations lit up the display in distinct rhythmic swells, great rounded shapes pulsing in and out along the low end. I followed them with my eyes and out. And then I saw there were 2 patterns. One was obvious, big, regular, matching the rise and fall of his shoulders in the video. That was him. Underneath it, almost hidden, was another. Fainter, slower. Its peaks fell between his not perfectly synced. A separate rhythm offset just enough to make the whole thing feel wrong. Like someone else closer to the microphone was breathing along with him at their own pace. There was no one else in the frame, no one else in the yard. Just him, the rope, the cans, the fence, the dark square of the upstairs window watching from above. The camera recorded one body. The audio suggested 2 sets of lungs. I sat there, in the glow of my laptop, listening to the sound of that double breathing, one obvious one buried, layered over the memory of the double thud stumble. and realized something I did not like. Sometimes danger really is meant for someone else. That does not mean it is alone when it passes under your window. 6.3. Fire on the lawn. It happened on a night when by all rights I should have been safe. No horror movie marathon on the TV. No restless doom scrolling on the couch. No neighbor's app, open like a wound. Just me in my bed in the dark, doing the thing normal people do at 1 in the morning. Sleep was never simple anymore. It came in thin layers, easily torn. I had gotten used to drifting on the surface of it, floating between half dreams, and the catalog of things my camera had shown me. That night, though, I must have slipped a little deeper, because the first warning I got was not a vibration on my phone or a chime from the front hall. It was light. At first, I thought it was just my brain doing that thing where it makes its own weather. Behind my closed eyelids, the dark brightened just a little, like someone had turned on a lamp in another room and left the door half open. I turned over, face pressed into the pillow, and felt it again. A warm glow, even through my shut eyes. Not steady like a lamp, flickering. Something primitive kicked me toward consciousness. I opened my eyes. My bedroom was still dark, in the sense that the light was off, but the walls weren't. Orange light crawled across them, flickering in irregular pulses, sliding over the corners, over the framed picture on the far side of the room, over the closet door. It wasn't the cool, bluish geometry you get from a passing car or a neighbor's TV. It was warmer alive, in a way electric light never quite manages. For a second, I lay there in the bed, heart starting to pound, and thought one stupid disconnected word. Fireworks. Then my brain caught up with my eyes. The light was coming from low, not high. It moved like something licking, not like something reflecting. It painted the ceiling in shifting patterns that felt too close. I got out of bed so fast I kicked the nightstand. The pain barely registered. The window in my bedroom faces the street, but the blinds were down. The glow from outside pushed around the edges, leaking through the slats in sharp, bright stripes. I grabbed the cord and yanked it up. My front lawn was on fire. Flames were already licking up through the dry grass, low at first, then higher small tongues, turning into larger hungry shapes. The fire had started close to the sidewalk and was racing along the narrow patch of yard toward my porch like it knew the route. The line of flame was eerily neat. It traced the curve of the concrete path leading to my door, then spread outward, looking for more to eat. Heat shimmered above it, warping the air. For a heartbeat, all I could do was stare. There are mental files you expect to never access in your own life. My house is on fire is one of them. Seeing it begin from the inside out, through your own window, does something unpleasant to your sense of reality. Then everything slammed back in at once. My phone, the ring. My hand went for the nightstand, without looking fingers closing around the familiar rectangle. Somehow, muscle memory still worked, even when the rest of me felt like it was held together with frayed wire. I dialed with one thumb, while the other opened the Ring app. 911. What is your emergency? My yard is on fire, I said. The words felt thin against the sight in front of me. My front lawn. Someone set it on fire. It's coming toward the house. Are you inside? Yes. Can you safely exit the building? I glanced at the bedroom door, imagining smoke already funneling through the hallway, the front steps swallowed. The flames were still mostly on the grass for the moment, but they were close enough that I could see them starting to touch the bottom edge of the porch. There's fire in front, I said. I don't know about the back yet. I have a camera I can see. Get low if there's smoke, the dispatcher said. Fire department is on the way. Stay on the line if you can. Do not open any doors that feel hot. While she talked, I tapped into the most recent event on the ring. The app helpfully let me rewind the last few minutes. The clip started in grayscale night vision, my front yard in its usual ugly stillness, a rectangle of dead grass and concrete. Then motion bloomed on the left side of the frame. A figure in a hoodie stepped into view. Of course, this one wasn't skulking or peering. He moved with the casual, efficient gait of someone doing a job they'd prepared for. One hand held a red plastic gas can, its handle hooked in his fingers. The can swung slightly with each step sloshing in slow arcs. He walked across the edge of my yard near the sidewalk, then turned toward the house. The camera's mic picked up the sound of the liquid inside glug glug, the thick rhythm of gasoline pouring into the front of the can as he tilted it. When he reached a spot a few feet from the path, he stopped and tipped the container. The audio changed. The glugging became a quicker, wetter sound liquid hitting ground in distinct bursts. It splashed against the concrete edge of the path and onto the grass with soft, ugly smacks. He moved as he poured, walking in a slow curve, drawing a line on my lawn that the camera could not fully capture in one frame, but that my brain traced easily. 1, 2, 3 quick pours. A pause. Then 1, 2, 3 more. My stomach twisted. The pattern lodged itself in my ear, 3 fast hits, a breath 3 more, so close to the missing girl's desperate knock on the neighbor's door that my chest tightened. Different medium, same rhythm. He finished the line and set the can down just out of frame. I could still hear the faint plastic scrape against the walk. Then he reached into his pocket. The mic picked up the small, precise sounds of a lighter trying to live. Flick, flick, flick. On the third attempt, a tiny flame appeared at the edge of the frame, reflected briefly in the shiny toe of his shoe. He crouched, cupping a hand around it, then touched it to the wet grass at the start of the line. Fire does not roar at first. It whispers. The first few flames were small, bright tongues licking up the drops of gasoline. They flared, retreated, then flared higher as they found more fuel. The line he'd drawn came to life, racing along the path, a glowing fuse leading directly toward my house. He watched it catch for a second, head tilted. Then he turned and walked out of frame, casual, as if he'd just dropped off a flyer. In the background, a car passed without slowing down. The driver's headlights slid across the opposite curb, missing everything important. By the time the clip caught up to real time, the flames outside my actual window had reached the base of my porch. They climbed, tasting the dry wood of the steps. Inside, the dispatcher's voice threaded through the heat in my ears. "Can you see any smoke inside the house?" "Not yet," I said, though I could smell it now. Sharp, acrid, with that faint sweetness that always sits under the stink of burning chemicals. "It's on the lawn. It's on the siding a little." "Fire units are turning onto your street now," she said. "You may hear sirens." I already did. They started as a distant wail, then rushed closer, rising and falling as the trucks navigated the turns of the subdivision. The sound bounced between the houses, echoing off stucco and glass, turning my quiet block into a funnel of noise. Red and white light joined the orange on my walls. I moved away from the window, out into the hallway, feeling the floor under my feet. For heat, the way you're told to in safety videos, you never think you'll need. The wood was still cool. Through the front of the house, I heard engines rev brakes, hiss doors slam. Voices shouted short phrases practiced all urgency. Grab that line, hit the front, watch the siding. I stayed by the interior wall as far from the front door as I could without losing my mind completely. The dispatcher stayed on the line, a calm tether in my ear. The fire truck pump kicked in with a deep mechanical thrum. A second later, the sound of water under pressure roared through the street. The first hit on the fire sounded like someone dumping a full bathtub onto concrete, a crashing hiss, steam and spray exploding upward. The orange light on my walls faded, flickered, tried to come back, then dwindled as the hoses did their work. Boots thudded on asphalt, heavy and fast-moving in purposeful arcs. Someone shouted, "Got it right outside my door." Their voice muffled by gear and distance, but clear enough to translate as relief. The smell got worse before it got better. Wet burned grass, melted plastic damp smoke shoving itself through whatever gaps it could find. Then slowly, the sound settled. The roar of the water cut off. The pump wound down. Radio squawked shorter, less urgent bursts. One by one, the voices shifted from shouted commands to quieter, tired conversation. It felt like being in the breathing space between heartbeats. Eventually, someone knocked on my door. A real measured knock. Not frantic, not threatening. 3 even taps. "Fire department." A man's voice said, "You okay in there?" I opened the door to a world that looked like mine and not mine at the same time. The lawn was a black, wet scar. Where the grass had been, there was now a sodden, ashy mess, steam drifting off it in thin, translucent threads. The concrete path was slick and dark, the edges charred. My porch steps were soaked, the bottom edges blackened, where the flames had kissed the wood before the water had pinned them down. The lower siding near the foundation was scorched, the paint blistered and peeling in ugly curls. Higher up, the house looked untouched, just another beige box in a row of beige boxes. The firefighter at my door still had his mask hanging around his neck, face pink, from heat helmet tilted back. He smiled in the practiced way people do when they've just kept something from getting much worse. "Fire's out," he said. "Looks like it was mostly the yard and a little bit of your siding. Lucky you called when you did. Lucky." That was one word for it. The police showed up after the hoses, like they always seem to. I gave another statement under the harsh glare of my own porch light and their cruiser's spots, the cameras still rolling silently above their heads. They asked about enemies, disputes, anybody upset with me. I told them about the lawsuit. It was a stupid work thing, a retaliation claim against a supervisor who hadn't liked being told no. Petty to everyone else, consuming to me. The kind of office war that leaves people bitter for a long time. Could be connected, one officer said, jotting something down in his notebook. Hard to say. We'll look into it. They took the ring footage, copied it, promised to be in touch. Nothing was ever proven. Insurance sent out an adjuster who stood in my yard boots, squelching in the wet, and talked about cost per square foot, like we weren't standing on the charred remains of a message someone had tried to send. Neighbors came by with their own footage of the trucks, of the smoke of my scorched lawn, reflected in their car windows. They said the usual things. Thank God it didn't get to the house. That could have been so much worse. Crazy what people will do these days. At night, when the smell finally faded enough to let me crack a window again, I sat at the table with my laptop and went back to the clip. I told myself I was checking for details the cops might have missed. What I was actually doing was listening. I looped the section where he poured the gasoline, tilt, glug glug. Then the pattern of the liquid hitting ground. 3 quick hits, a pause, 3 more. I slowed the audio down just enough that the splashes stretched into discrete impacts. Thick drops heavier than rain, landing in that same desperate cadence I'd first heard from a little girl's fist on someone else's door years earlier. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock, knock. Different night. Different threat. Different intent. Same rhythm. It was hard not to hear it as an answer to a question I hadn't realized I'd asked somewhere between all the clips and all the nights of watching other people's danger through a screen. Somebody had decided that if no one listened to knocking anymore, they'd make themselves heard with fire. 7.1 Halloween and the 3 masks. By October, the house felt like a place I lived in and a place I was being kept in. The ring had turned every wall into a thin membrane, every door into a question mark. I thought about moving at least once a day. I would open a listings app scroll through photos of other beige boxes in other quiet neighborhoods, imagine myself in a different cul-de-sac with a different set of rhythms. Then I would close the app and look around at my own furniture, my own dents in the drywall, my own mug on the kitchen counter, and realize starting over did not guarantee anything. Bad things knocked on doors everywhere. Halloween came anyway. The calendar did not care about what my camera had seen. The weather decided to cooperate with the mood. Light rain, just enough to beat on the porch railing and make the street shine under the sodium lamps. The temperature had dropped that weak air, finally carrying that thin cold edge that made the smell of wet leaves and distant chimney smoke sharper. I had bought candy out of habit more than enthusiasm. A big mix bag from Walmart tossed into a plastic bowl with a half-hearted ghost printed on the bottom. I set it on a little table near the door around 6 and tried to remember how to smile like a person who trusted the sound of small fists on wood. The early crowd was easy. Little kids in plastic masks and 2 big coats. Parents hovering at the end of the path with umbrellas calling out, "Say thank you" from the sidewalk. Costumes that were mostly store-bought superheroes, a few princesses, 1 dinosaur. Trick or treat, they said, voices muffled by rubber and fleece. I dropped candy into open pillowcases, and plastic pumpkins made the usual small talk about costumes close the door gently after each group. The ring captured all of it. Short clips, happy noise, a different kind of knocking. By 9, the stream had tapered off. By 10, it had stopped. The bowl was mostly empty. The rain had picked up a little, a constant soft patter on the roof. The street outside had gone quiet. No more stroller wheels on wet pavement. No more clusters of parents in reflective jackets. Just the occasional car rolling through too fast wipers, thumping taillights smearing red in the damp. I killed the porch light, the unofficial signal that the candy shop was closed, and settled on the couch with the last few fun-sized bars and a movie I wasn't really watching. When my phone buzzed at 10:03 p.m., my first thought was that it was a text. Then I saw the notification. Someone is at your front door. I stared at the screen for a second, feeling that now familiar sinking, then tapped into the live view. The camera flared to life, correcting for the dark and the rain. 3 figures stood at the edge of my porch. Not kids. They were tall enough that their shoulders almost reached the top of the door frame, adults or teenagers who had finished growing. They wore full costumes head to toe, the kind you only see in late-night parties or horror movie marathons, not the 6 o'clock neighborhood circuit. The one in the center wore a demon mask, red glossy heavy horns, curling up and back. The eyes were blacked out, making the whole thing look like a hollow shell slapped onto someone's face. To the left stood a skull, white exaggerated teeth, black sockets, the bones stretched in a frozen grin. The hood over it was deep enough that I couldn't see where plastic ended and skin began. On the right, a smiling clown mask, wide painted mouth cheeks, rouged and almost luminescent pink eyes ringed in blue. The kind of grin that was never meant to look friendly. They stood motionless shoulder to shoulder, facing straight into the camera. For a second, I told myself they were just older kids late to the party pushing their luck. The porch light was off. Maybe they hadn't taken the hint. I could have ignored them. Most people would have. Instead, I hit the two-way audio. My own voice came out of the little speaker by the doorbell, thinner and more mechanical than it sounded in my head. "Sorry guys," I said. "We're done for tonight." The three masks did not move. Rain ran in thin lines down the demon's forehead, streaking the red surface. The clown's painted smile shone wetly. The skull glowed a little brighter under the porch light I hadn't turned back on. A few seconds passed. Then the one in the middle, the demon, took a single step forward. Up close, the mask filled most of the frame. The fisheye lens exaggerated its features, bending the horns, warping the jaw. The world behind it warped too, my own house becoming a curved reflection in the gloss of its cheeks. When it spoke, the ring mic picked up a voice that did not bother to sound playful. "Open the door." The words came out low and flattened by the cheap speaker plastic vowels, stretched consonants blunted. If I'd heard them in person, they might have sounded more human. Filtered through the device, they were something else. The hair on my arm stood up. I didn't hit the audio again. I didn't say anything. On the screen, the demon's head cocked to one side just a few degrees as if listening. Then the pounding started. The first thud was measured a full hand or fist hitting wood. Then another. Then another. Thud. 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 The sound came through twice again, once from the mic on the porch, once through the actual door, vibrating the frame. The peephole rattled. The chain clinked against the latch. The other two masks joined in. The skull to the left began hammering with a more erratic rhythm, hits coming in fast, uneven bursts. The clown used their shoulders slamming into the panel with a hollow booming sound that made the camera shake and the image stutter. The three of them formed a terrible drum line on my front door patterns, overlapping and pulling apart. From my side of the house, it felt like the whole entryway was breathing in time with the impacts. The air in the hallway seemed to jump with each hit, a tiny shockwave racing down the drywall. The door handle rattled, jerking up and down, side to side. On the screen, I watched the demon's gloved hand close around it, twisting hard, trying to find a weakness in the lock's mechanical patience. The clown leaned in with their shoulder again. The wood creaked a low groan that my stomach interpreted as a warning. This barrier has limits. My hands had gone slick. The phone almost slipped out of my grip. I backed away from the entry feed, moving on their own eyes, never leaving the screen. With my free hand, I dialed 911. The dispatcher's greeting sounded distant under the pounding. 911. What is your emergency? There are 3 people at my door, I said. My voice shook. In masks. They're trying to get in. Halloween costumes. They won't leave. Are you inside the residence? Yes. Is your door locked? Yes. Do you see any weapons? I stared at the live feed. No knives. No guns. Just fists. Shoulders. Bodies turning my front door into a percussion instrument. No, I said. Just them. Masks. They're hitting the door, telling me to open it. Stay away from the door, the dispatcher said. Officers are en route. Do you have any other exits? Back door, I said, glancing down the dark hallway that led toward the kitchen and the small deck behind the house. Is locked. Okay. Stay where you are. Do not engage with them. Keep me on the line. The pounding continued, rising and falling in chaotic waves. Open the door. The demon's voice insisted through the mic, the words breaking up as the speaker struggled to process volume and impact at the same time. Behind the masks, I could see nothing but black fabric and the suggestion of eyes. They never glanced back at the street. They never looked toward a camera on the corner. Their entire world seemed to be my door, my house, my hesitation. I retreated further down the hallway until the wall was at my back, the living room light a weak island at the far end. My thumb hovered over the toggle in the app that would turn off the live feed, but I couldn't bring myself to hit it. Watching them felt like the only thing tethering me to the situation. If I stopped, it would all become noise and imagination. I was still watching the three masks slam their bodies against the front of my home when my phone buzzed in my hand again. A second notification slid down over the top of the Ring interface, half transparent, but impossible to ignore. Motion detected. Back door. I stared at the words, for a second not understanding. Then I swiped sideways, switching cameras. The backyard feed opened, glitching once as the system struggled to handle two live streams at once. The deck appeared slick with rainboards reflecting the faint glow of the upstairs empty window and the yard light. The railing cast crooked shadows. The glass of the back door showed a distorted reflection of my own kitchen. And on the deck, standing outside the back door, were two of the masked figures, the skull and the clown. They faced the camera perfectly still, as if they'd been there the whole time, as if they had never been pounding on the front door at all. 7.2. Either you come out or we come. In the backyard feed froze me in place. Two masks, the skull and the clown standing on my back deck like they'd been grown there. The boards were slick with rain reflecting the warped shapes of their legs. Behind them, the fence loomed dark, the yard light turning the wet grass into a dull sheen. They did not pound the way the demon did at the front. They just stood there, facing the camera bodies, perfectly still, like they were waiting for me to notice them before they moved. On the phone, the dispatcher was still talking. "Sir, are you still with me?" "Yeah," I said, throat dry. They're at the back door too. How many individuals do you see?" "3," I said, automatically, brain trying to keep up with what my eyes were showing me. "One at the front, 2 at the back." The words felt wrong as soon as I said them. I swiped back to the front camera. The demon was still there, pressed close to the lens now mask filling the frame horns distorted by the fisheye. The pounding had gotten more erratic, the door jumping in its frame with each hit. Swipe to the back again. The skull and the clown hadn't moved. My stomach lurched. I left the cameras up and retreated, phone on speaker, now held out in front of me, like I could use it to block sound. I backed down the hallway toward the bedroom, the thuds from the front door chasing me like a physical thing. In the kitchen, I heard the first new sound from the back, a soft, stretching creak as weight shifted onto the deck boards right outside the glass. I shut the bedroom door and locked it. The lock was a joke compared to the front deadbolt, a small metal tongue that slid into place with a sad little click. It felt ceremonial more than practical. From here, The house became an echo chamber. The front door pounding came in as dull, distant booms through the walls, softened by drywall and insulation. The back deck vibrations came through the floor, and the glass above the headboard, a faint, irregular tremor. And over all of it, out of sync, by half a second, came the same noises through my phone speaker, picked up compressed, and spat back at me by the Ring microphones. I listened to my own house in stereo. The demon's fists hit the door in real time down the hall, thud. A beat later, the same impact reached my ears as a thinner tinny sound from the front camera thud. Out back, the deck boards groaned under shifting weight creak. Then the phone added the small amplified version, the mic trying to decide if it was worth boosting. "Officers are very close," the dispatcher said. "Stay in the room. Do you hear anyone inside the residence?" "No," I said. "Just outside. Both sides." I forced myself to look at the screen again. Back camera. The skull mask had moved closer. Its blank teeth and black eyes filled almost half the frame now pressed toward the door. The mesh of the screen door sat between it and the camera, a faint crosshatch pattern visible where the porch light from the neighbor's yard caught it. A gloved hand came up slowly, deliberately. The fingers rested against the screen for a second, then dragged down. The mesh bowed inward, bending harder and harder until it reached the limit of its flexibility. The sound came through both life and lens, a dry, stretched hiss, like fabric being pulled too tight. Then there was a new sound, a small metallic click close to the mic. The hand disappeared for a heartbeat, then came back, holding something slim, and pointed just the suggestion of a blade, catching the low light as it angled toward the mesh. The first cut was almost quiet. A sharp ripping as the blade sliced through the screen, the fabric parting under the pressure. Tiny threads snapped their breakage too small to see, not too small to hear. The mask stayed close the whole time, plastic forehead nearly touching the torn mesh. The skull's mouth, frozen in permanent grin, was only inches from the flimsy barrier. Next to it, the clown leaned in. Gloved fingers hooked into the new slit and pulled, widening the tear with a wet, ugly sound. Inside the house, the noise came through the walls like someone scratching at them with dull nails. On the phone, it sounded worse, louder, closer, like the mic itself was being unzipped. And then there was laughter. Not the high, shrieking laughter you expect from people in masks. Low, muffled. It rolled against the mic in short bursts, like whoever was making it was trying not to, but couldn't quite help themselves. It didn't match the clown face at all. That was what made it worse. One voice came closer to the microphone, the sound of breath, wet and heavy against the tiny grill. "It's either you come out." There was a pause, as if he was savoring the next words. "Or we come in." Through the actual walls of the house, I heard the faint rattle of the back door handle trying to turn. The screen was no longer the obstacle, only the glass and the lock. My chest felt tight enough that breathing became conscious work. "Sir," the dispatcher said, "they are attempting entry at the back." "Yes," I forced out. "They're cutting the screen. Jiggling the handle. Front too. Do you hear officers outside yet?" I strained my ears. For a second, all I could hear was the double overlapping soundscape, the door under assault, the tearing mesh, the delayed audio, my own breath, theirs. Then faintly underneath it all, I caught the rising wail of a siren curling through the neighborhood. "Yes," I said. "I think so." On the front camera feed, the demon's pounding intensified like it was in competition, with the sound hits coming faster, less rhythmic, more like someone throwing themselves into the barrier in a last-ditch effort. The handle jerked violently, metal clanging against metal. The whole house seemed to shake. Then abruptly, everything stopped. The pounding, the scratching, even the laughter. It was like someone hit mute on the world. For a moment, the only thing I could hear was my own breathing and the faint crackle of the line in my ear. "Sir," the dispatcher asked, "what are you hearing now?" Nothing, I said. That was somehow worse than any specific sound. They stopped. The sirens got louder. Headlights swept briefly across the wall of my bedroom, diffused by the blinds. A car door slammed outside. A voice shouted something I couldn't make out. "Officers are on scene," the dispatcher said. "Stay where you are until they knock and identify themselves at your bedroom door. Okay?" I nodded, before remembering she couldn't see me. "Okay," I said. It felt like forever, but was probably under a minute before there was a knock this time. Gentle, controlled, on the bedroom door. "Police," a man's voice called. "It's safe to come out." I unlocked the door, with a hand that shook so much it took 2 tries to get the little metal tongue retracted. The hallway light behind them made the officers look like silhouettes, at first solid shapes in my doorway. They were real, though. No masks, no costumes, just tired faces under buzzed haircuts and rain-speckled uniforms. They cleared the house anyway, moving room to room, with practiced sweeps, checking closets, corners under beds. They opened the front door and let in the smell of wet, cold air and trampled grass. The intruders were gone. The fence in the back had a new break near the far post, wood splintered inward, where someone had hit it hard. The screen on the back door hung in ragged strips, edges curling where the blade had bitten and torn. Muddy footprints marked the deck, the grass, the concrete near the front steps, heavy smudged shapes that led nowhere in particular, disappearing into the general churn of the rainy street. No candy trail, no dropped knife, no van idling suspiciously at the corner. Just the aftermath of people who had come close enough to cut my house open and then left like it was just another stop. Later, after the reports and the statements and the "will increase patrols," after the porch was empty and the blue and red light had stopped bouncing off my walls, I sat down in front of my laptop again. I told myself it was to make sure I had all the clips saved for the detectives. That was part of it. The other part was that I didn't know how to not watch the things that had happened to my house. I synchronized the front and back feeds, putting them side by side. On the left, the demon pounding at the door. On the right, the skull and clown at the back deck, the ring. Timestamps sat at the top of each frame, neat little digital marks of when each second had been recorded. The system claimed they were accurate to the millisecond. I let them run. The pounding, the tearing, the line. Either you come out or we come in, spoken like a rule instead of a threat. Then as I scrubbed back and forth, something snagged my attention. There was a moment, less than a second, where I caught a glimpse of something wrong in my peripheral vision. I dragged the timeline back and advanced the footage frame by frame. On one frame in the front camera, all 3 masks were visible. The demon at the door, dead center. The skull and the clown, just visible, at the very edge of the fisheye distortion, standing near the bottom of the porch steps, like they'd always been there and had simply stepped in closer. At the exact same timestamp on the back camera, the same numbers down to the last digit, all 3 were visible there too. The skull and the clown at the deck door where they were supposed to be. And for a single frame, a red curve of horn and a flash of demon mask cheek reflected in the glass of the back door, as if somebody in that same mask was standing just out of frame behind the camera. Same second, same millisecond. 2 cameras, 6 masks worth of presence, with only 3 bodies ever recorded moving. You can blame glitches for a lot. Packet loss, sync errors, compression artifacts, all the invisible things that happen when you push reality through wires and servers and back again. But when you've watched your own life in 10-second increments long enough, you start to recognize the patterns of failure, the harmless smears, the dropped frames. This didn't look like that. This looked like, for one impossible heartbeat, my house had been surrounded in a way the cameras could barely even admit front and back door, and deck both feeds, catching more than they were built to show. Either someone had tampered with the footage before I ever saw it, or something else had been playing by rules the Ring app didn't know how to write down. 7.3. The last notification. After Halloween, I broke. There was no big cinematic moment, no final straw made of horns and plastic and bad laughter. It was quieter than that. A Tuesday morning. The sky over the cul-de-sac, that flat, washed-out gray that makes everything look like it has been left too long under fluorescent lights. I stood at my front door with a screwdriver in my hand and stared at the little black rectangle that had been glued to my life for over a year. The Ring doorbell looked harmless up close. Just a small metal face with a glass eye and a button that strangers' fingers had worn shiny. There were tiny scratches on the casing where delivery drivers had missed the bell and hit the metal. Dust ringed the edges where I had never quite wiped it clean. It didn't look like something that had shown me a missing girl, a begging stranger, a man with a gas can, 3 masks, and more than one person who never should have made it to someone's porch. It looked like a gadget. I touched the metal. It was cool, even though the day was warm. Then I put the screwdriver to the top screw and turned. The sound of it backing out was small, a dry, gritty scritch that my brain immediately filed under new horror sound, because that is what it does now. Underneath the device, as it loosened the paint, was a slightly different color, newer, less faded, like a tan line. The bottom screw came out easier. The whole unit shifted in my hand weight, pulling against the wires that ran back into the wall. I pulled gently until the little prongs slid free. For the first time since I moved in, my front door frame had nothing watching it. The exposed holes looked strange, small, dark, imperfect circles in the white trim. They reminded me of empty eye sockets, which would have been dramatic if the rest of my life hadn't already shifted the scale on what counted as dramatic. I took the device inside and put it in a kitchen drawer with old batteries and spare screws and keys I no longer recognized. Some tiny logical part of me insisted don't throw it away yet, just in case. Then I canceled the subscription. There was a form to fill out, a drop-down menu asking why I wanted to leave. I hovered over too expensive for a second, then clicked other and typed, I don't want to see anymore. I uninstalled the app. Watching the icon vanish from my home screen felt like erasing a tattoo in one swipe. 1 second, it was their blue and white friendly little camera outline. The next, it was gone, leaving only negative space and a faint phantom in my muscle memory where my thumb usually drifted. The first night without it felt wrong. Every small sound the house made felt like it should be accompanied by a vibration in my pocket, and when it wasn't, my brain scrambled. I lay in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, listening to the low hum of the fridge through the wall and the constant whisper of the HVAC fan routing air through the vents. No chime. No motion detected at your front door. Just the old analog way of knowing something was wrong. You hear it yourself, or you don't. The house felt blind. I hadn't realized how much I had been outsourcing my awareness until I took the device away. Before I would half ignore the night, trusting the app to nudge me if anything decided to cross into my small kingdom. Now, every creak felt like a question only I could answer. But it also felt quieter. Without the endless scroll of neighbors' drama, without the mini heart attack every time my phone buzzed, some part of my nervous system that had been stuck in a feedback loop started to climb down. Days passed, then weeks. I went to work. I drove home. I heard the garage door groan, and the AC kick on, and the fridge click into its cycle, and none of those sounds were immediately accompanied by that little digital ding. I could sit on the couch without my hand automatically drifting toward my phone to check the live view. I started sleeping, really sleeping, for the first time in months. Not long stretches, but deeper ones. I would wake up and realize I hadn't checked anything once between midnight and 3, that I hadn't spent an hour watching my own front steps in infrared. Sometimes, when I walked up to my house, at night keys in hand, I would look at the blank space by the door and feel a little exposed, but I would also feel a small, stubborn satisfaction. If something wanted me that badly, it could come knock like it used to. One late night a few weeks after I'd pulled the screws, I was on the couch again. The TV was off. I'd turned it off on purpose, trying to retrain my brain to accept silence as something other than a countdown. The living room was lit only by the small lamp in the corner, throwing a warm circle across the coffee table and part of the rug. Beyond that, everything faded into softer dark. The house's sounds were all in their places. The low, steady hum of the refrigerator vibrating through the kitchen wall. The whir of the HVAC fan rising and falling as it pushed air through the vents. The occasional tick from the baseboard where the day's heat was still adjusting itself in the wood. My phone lay face down on the table beside me, screen dark. For once, I wasn't holding it. I wasn't scrolling. I was just there. When it buzzed, the vibration startled me more than it should have. One quick bird against the wooden table, just enough to rattle the remote next to it. I frowned. The instinct that made my hand shoot out toward it was deeply ingrained. The fact that I knew it wasn't the Ring app did not matter. The pattern of late-night buzz, possible problem, was wired into me now. I picked it up, thumb already swiping. The screen lit my face in cold blue. At the top, in the exact position it had occupied for so long, was a notification I had not seen in weeks. Motion detected at your front door. The Ring icon sat beside it, crisp and familiar, as if I had never deleted anything. For a moment, I just stared at the words, the way some people stare at a text from someone who is supposed to be dead. Then I did the stupid, inevitable thing. I tapped it. The app opened. There was no login screen, no welcome back, no password prompt. It slid straight into the live view. The image that filled the screen was darker than usual, grainy like it had been recorded on older, cheaper hardware. Everything looked as though it were being seen through a dirty pane of glass. My porch, the mat, the timestamp at the top in its familiar format. The doorbell I had removed was there in the frame, like it had never been unscrewed. I told myself it was a glitch, some cached screen, some weird leftover file. But the video wasn't still. The shadows moved. The resolution shifted as the system tried to focus on nothing. For several seconds, Nothing happened. Just the faint outline of my porch in black and gray. The suggestion of the steps, the darker rectangle of the door. No sound, no wind, no cars. The silence had a depth to it I'd never noticed on real clips. I leaned forward on the couch, without meaning to phone closer to my face. Then something moved. Not from the side of the frame the way people usually enter. Not from the bottom like a cat jumping onto the mat. From the front, from the lens itself, a shape grew out of the darkness all at once, too close for the tiny camera to render clearly. A face or the idea of one. Skin pale enough to register as almost white in the murky image. No mask this time. No rubber, no plastic, no painted grin. Just flesh pressed too near the eye. The features were out of focus, blurred by proximity. The only details I could make out were the mouth and the faint suggestion of nostrils. The lips looked almost colorless edges, undefined. The teeth behind them were just hints, shapes in the shadow. The rest of the face might as well have been a blank. It stayed there, filling the frame, as if whoever or whatever owned it was leaning into the camera trying to push through. The audio was almost entirely static, a thick, low hiss like the sound you get when you turn an old TV to a dead channel. I almost didn't catch the words at first. They weren't layered on top of the static exactly. They were inside it, a voice low and clear, speaking as if it knew. It did not need to be loud to be heard. It sounded less like it was coming through the phone speaker and more like it was sitting in my own head, 2 inches behind my ears. You don't need a camera for me to find your door. Just that. No threat. No demand. No pounding. Just a statement of fact. The static swelled, swallowing the sentence. The image on the screen flickered. For a split second, the face seemed to stretch features smearing across the glass in a way that made my eyes water. Then the feed cut out. The app closed itself, dumping me unceremoniously back on my home screen. The ring icon was gone. I sat there breathing hard, thumb hovering over empty space where it had been like I could conjure it back by touching the absence. I opened my notification center. No history, no recent alerts from anything at all. I went to the app list. No ring. I could have told myself it was a dream, a half-sleep hallucination, brain filling in gaps where the habit of fear had left grooves. But I know what the couch feels like under my palm when I brace myself. I know how the cold edge of a phone digs into my fingers when I grip it too tight. I know the specific vibration pattern of that notification. I am not sending this to you for advice. I am not asking you what you think I should do, or whether I should move, or whether I should reinstall anything. I am writing this because I need there to be a record somewhere besides my own head. The camera is gone. The subscription is canceled. The holes in the door frame have been filled with caulk and painted over, though if you look close enough, you can still see where they were. But at 2 or 3 in the morning, when the house settles and the floor creaks once in the hallway, or the fridge compressor clicks off and leaves a sudden, perfect silence behind it, I cannot shake the feeling that something is standing on the other side of the door, not caring whether it's being recorded. As I type this last line, my phone is on the table next to me, face down, screen dark. It just vibrated once. I am not going to pick it up. I can already guess what the unseen notification says.